Divine, who is the Zinasu Secretary General. Welcome, Koma Emmanuel. Welcome to the space and welcome to the YouTube channel.
Greetings, Charo Zimbabwe. Thank you so much, and thank you for having us here today. We are hopeful that we are going to have a successful conversation, but to share our view and our position as the students of Zimbabwe. Again, thank you for having us, and greetings to the viewers and the listeners of this particular conversation. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to actually have a conversation with you. I know we've been waiting and postponing this conversation for a while, but I'm glad we're getting to having this conversation today. So, to start off with, Nkoma Emmanuel, please can you tell us about who is Emmanuel Divine? They say you are the Secretary General. Tell us about who is Emmanuel in connection with Zinasu.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically, I think, of course, just like how my name sounds, Emmanuel. Emmanuel is a Christian young man that believes so much in the power of God in bringing a better nation for everyone. But more than just that, Emmanuel is the Secretary General, of course, and I'm honored to be the current National Secretary General of the 13th Congress of the Zimbabwe National Students Union. So my role as the Secretary General is particularly to administer and to run all particular secretaries and individual secretaries that are part and parcel of the Zimbabwe National Students Union at the national level, mobilizing provinces and institutions within all tertiary institutions to be able to stand and to defend academic freedoms. So to be precise, my role is to be able to be the top administrator or to be the chief executive officer of the institution of the being of Zinasu, and that's our role in this particular moment as this Secretary General of Zinasu.
Wow, you sound like a very powerful leader. It gets the conversation very energetic. Thank you for bringing the energy. Okay, so tell us about what Zinasu is doing, what you are doing as Zinasu for the institutes. You got different institutes. You can actually tell us which institute you are attached to and what you're doing in the different institutes that we have under Zinasu.
Okay, thank you so much once again. So thank you so much also for the opportunity to be able to share of what Zinasu really is. So Zinasu is a student organization that represents students across all tertiary institutions within the nation of Zimbabwe. So this means that our existence is founded in each and every institution of higher and tertiary education. And our purpose, number one, it is to be able to make sure that students attain academic freedom, they attain their academic rights, and they are able to study in an environment where beyond their respective backgrounds or whatever it is, they can be able to access education and be able to attend that education. So we are in over 40 institutions of higher tertiary learning, and as NASU again, we hope for a democratized Zimbabwe in which students will be part and parcel of the integral stakeholders that bring such as Zimbabwe, which pursues academic freedom, but more than just that, which also pursues a democratic Zimbabwe, which is total economic emancipation. So as NASU again, our role is to represent the students beyond political divides, beyond economic divides, and we represent students no matter their political views, no matter whatever they think, as long as it is a student, we represent them. We have no other side, and we know no other side of representation than the side of the students. So our role, to be precise, it is to represent students in all tertiary institutions and make sure that even as we are workers in transition, we are able to finish this particular course of studying and be able to transition into the industry when we graduate.
Well, thank you. You talk about academic freedom. Can you tell us more about this academic freedom that you talk about for people who don't know, who probably have not yet gone through university, who are still students, or parents who are still there, who are not who have never been to universities and who might not understand what you talk about academic freedom?
Thank you so much. Again, a great question. Academic freedom just means the years that one has when it comes to being able to attain education, in being able to pursue their educational journey. You understand that academia is the ability of one to research, to get new information, and be able to debate that information and again bring to the society a better existence of people and citizens. So academic freedom then in this particular instance means that a person has nothing that is hindering them from accessing this education, but not just accessing the education, but accessing it in its quality and most precious existence. That's probably in making sure that there are no financial means that affect them. I mean, they are not shortcut within, they are expressing themselves within attaining education. And they are also able to account within the government and within in any space for whatever they desire. And this also talks even to the social contracts that students have with institutions that they learn in. This means that students are able to question and they are able to as well contribute their views. Number one, in administrative governance, but not just in administrative governance, but also in mere conversations of how the institutions are run. So academic freedom, to be precise again, just means that there is there is the ability of every student and every enrolled scholar within their learning sphere to share and to learn information and to be able to critique whatever information they are taught, but also to be accessing that information in its quality form. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That's a very clear understanding, clear, well explained, and understandable statement of what is academic freedom. Can you tell us now what are the challenges that the student body, as big as it is, what are they going through as students in 2025? What are their challenges?
Okay, I think, like I said earlier, well, we as Zinasu, probably something that I didn't say when I was describing Zinasu, it is that we believe that education is a social good that every person within the society should be able to access, not particularly for anything, but for the society to be able to function in its fullest form. This means that we can be able to produce doctors, we can be able to produce engineers, can be able to produce whatever we can at the expense of the government, but again contributing to the society. This means that if I, Emmanuel Divine, learns to be a doctor, get to be a doctor, I go back to to Shawasha where I grew up in. And when I go back there, I no longer ask for people to pay me whatever it is to get health service, but they get them for free. But it then becomes a problem when I, Emmanuel Divine Yakuja, cannot go to school. This means that the society has been robbed of a doctor, the society has been robbed of an engineer, the society has been robbed of a lawyer, the society has been robbed of a politician, the society has been robbed for different people. And if it is robbed of those fundamental things, the next question then comes on what happens to this particular student. This particular student is automatically trapped into the existence of drugs. This particular student is automatically trapped into having to run to the United Kingdom and to be doing menial jobs like washing the bodies of about to die people. And in this particular case, that is not what we desire. So to be precise, what do students face? Number one, they face overhyped school fees. But number two, they face a jobless non-existence. As soon as we graduate, there are no jobs. But not just that, I'm telling you, again, I told you, our society is made up in a governance issue where people should be able to account and should be able to ask for accountability from their leaders and whoever is part of the society. But we live in a censored society where the students cannot question whoever it is, and the students cannot be able to ask for the best of education. I can tell you of institutions that are run right now at a very, 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 very minimum budget, which means that there are no resources. I can tell you right now, students do not have lecturers. I can tell you from an informed position right now that students are paying people. I mean, we have seen and watched on social media how we have people that did not even pass O level calling themselves doctors. That is losing credibility within our institutions. These are just a few of points that I can bring to your attention in this particular instance of the issues that the students are facing. But I can tell you, we have sects and sects that are full of the students, of the issues that the students are facing. Not mentioning particularly that the students are being victimized at at the expense of the government, trying to scare away students from asking and probing questions of accountability. So, in a nutshell, the issues of fees, the issues of jobless non-existence, and the issues of not being able to question and to critique the academic uh, sphere is a part of the main conversations of the issues that the students are facing at the moment.
Okay, I want to take time to delve into some of these things that you're talking about. You've talked about overhyped school fees. What do you mean the school fees are overhyped? How much are the students paying? And w- can you tell us how you come up with the fact that the school fees are overhyped? We want you to tell us about the student's story.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you so much again for that question. I think it brings clarity. I think Thomas Ijo Sankara is known for saying whenever you explain to the people, to the masses of the people, do it in such a way that they understand it, so that when they understand it, they cannot help but join the struggle. And I think your questions they do so much help in this particular instance in making sure that our masses are informed and they have the information that they desire in joining our struggle. Coming back to your question, you ask and say uh, why and from where do we derive the issue of overhyped school fees? Again, I want to take you back to my point where I say to you, we understand that education is a social good. So whatever it is, it should not be commodified. It should be given to everyone and anyone without difficulties. That is our first basis on which we cry that it is overhyped. But we then understand that the government cries and it says we are in a state of recession, and there's a global recession and even economic recession within 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 the nation. And we understand that, and understanding that, we then bring to the attention that my mother, Amanya Kuchka, earns $200 in a particular month, or at least a basic civil servant earns $250. The lecturers that we're striking right now, they are earning $220. And we believe that in a society, a lecturer is one of the most earning civil servants. And if a lecturer is earning $220 and my school fees or my tuition is $800 for me to be able to start engineering at the National Institute of Science and Technology, it means that my mother has to save approximately for 4 months just for myself. I haven't talked of my brother. I haven't talked about my sister. I haven't talked about the upkeep. I haven't talked about how she will go to work. And all these things then automatically come to the conversation. When I say my tuition is $800, allow me to clarify that this does not cover my accommodation. Allow me to say this does also not cover my food, my transport, or even my data. There's no selling it NAST, and my studying needs internet. And all these conversations automatically can tell you that the school fees is overhyped. And even if we were to take anyone, $800 is just too much. And this is at a state institution, which we believe that should be subsidized by the government, but above all should be able to produce doctors and nurses and whatever it is, information technology, scientists that can be able to save the society at the lowest possible amount. But unfortunately, the case is not like that in Zimbabwe.
Well, thank you for that explanation. Knowing that your school fees are based at 800 per semester and your parents will be earning basic civil servant salary of 200 and 250. I am I'm actually tempted to ask how your parents are managing such expensive and exorbitant school fees, knowing that their incomes are limited up to that extent by the government, as their salaries will be coming from the government for majority of the students that will be having. How do your parents even manage such a responsibility?
Again, thank you so much for such a great question. Your questions are very informative, and I'm sure they'll leave our listeners informed. I mean, your question answers itself. The persons of our parents cannot afford the tuitions that are charged, and that is the main reason why Zinasu is there to represent and to show to have these conversations. No one affords that education, and that's why we say it is skyrocketed. It is unaffordable. No one affords. It's generally high, and it's not like they afford. We are in so many debts, and not just myself. You put 1,000 students in in a box and try to pick all of them. They have debts within these institutions. They cannot afford, and by the time we graduate, we'll be having so many debts, and that is the same reason why again we keep on crying that there should be mechanisms within the government. Number one, to subsidize education fully so that at least it can match to the basic civil servant salary, but without just subsidizing it. There also should be conversations about bringing in loans where our parents who are civil servants can be able to send us to school, but after having sent us to school, can be able to pay the tuition over a longer period of time, unlike the current situations which they are into, where they have to then go to bouncers who we have to keep their cars or whatever it is for them to be able to rent money for a particular semester in this to school. But in any case, the easiest answer to the question is that no one affords. Our parents cannot afford, and we are in so much debts. And what I say right now, or what we say right now, is is not a reflection of just Emmanuel Divine as an individual. It is also a reflection of the whole society. It is a reflection of all the students that we represent as enough in each and every student that you might think of. Right now, if you were to ask any student you want to pick within this space, they would say the language the same way I say it, and you would assume that it is myself who's speaking from their cell phones.
Okay, thank you so much, Emmanuel. You, you did talk about accountability. What kind of accountability is it that you're having as challenges as students? You, who's accountable? Who's supposed to be accountable to you?
Okay, thank you so much. So the issue of accountability comes in when there's a social contract. I believe that we as learners, as soon as we enroll within any particular institution, we automatically get ourselves into a social contract, or in a actually professional contract between ourselves and the institution. So by myself enrolling at NAST, or enrolling at the University of Zimbabwe, or at Masomo Teachers College, I automatically get myself within that contract. And that contract, yes, yes, it's expectations from myself. They expect that when I enroll within the institution, I pass my exam so that I can continue. I do things that are aligned to whatever the constitution says and whatever their conduct is, which is very fair and fine. But then it then falls short on their part, where again, when I pay my fees, I expect to get internet. When I pay my fees, I expect to get all my lecturers on time. When I pay my fees, I expect to graduate in the earliest possible time. When I pay my fees, there are particular things that I desire. And when these things fail to be brought to me, and when I try to question this within the administration, which is the one that I'm in contact with, it becomes an issue. But it then jumps over and goes back, not just to us or to the question of the students that we lead, or to the institution. It also goes with the government. The government is tied or is tried by submissions that it makes. I mean, it has contributions that it made on the Dhaka Declaration of the particular percentage of the total budget of Zimbabwe per year that it should contribute to education. And is it doing that? It is not doing that. So by its virtue of having ratified to those laws of African or regional significance, it has a role to stand by those particular dictates. And when it fails to do that, and when we ask them why they're failing to channel the rightful amount, they should be able to answer. Again, I'll tell you that the Ministry of Education, they brought in, the Education 5.0, again, an education curriculum which we appreciate and think that it is quite significant and quite useful in the era that we are in, where we need innovation, industrialization. And when it does that, it then lies to the masses of the people that we are going to bring an innovation up in each and every institution. Right now, you can go to Mutare Poly, there is no innovation hub. You can go to NAST, there's an innovation hub which is being used to issue out graduation gowns, and there's no particular any innovation that is going happening there. And when we ask why that innovation hub is being misused, we become persons of interest. I mean, I can tell you of different scenarios where we try to question about the issues of accountability. And when we try to do that, they cannot account. There's a particular budget that comes from Mutuli Nguve's particular budget, which goes to within all institutions. We should cover infrastructure development. But I can reliably tell you right now that those people do not build anything. According to the AGR report that came in according to the 2024 AGR report that came in just in August, you understand that the total capacity of all state institutions to accommodate students within their halls of residence is 20%. This means that 80% of the students cannot be accommodated within institutions, and they should rent accommodation from private properties, which again involves dangers and all things that are linked to that. When we then ask about what the government is doing concerning uh, providing accommodation for students, they cannot answer. When we ask concerning to the government about what they are doing with the funds that are supposed to develop infrastructure within tertiary institutions, they cannot account for that. So accountability in this particular case refers to basically three people: the government of Zimbabwe, number two, the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, and that guy whom we all know for having been whatever it is, who is old and supposed to be. Hello, so I think I lost you. Who is old and supposed to be retiring is also failing to account. He's also supposed to account as the minister of the ministry.
Mkama Emmanuel, I'm sure you just got a call. Mkama Owen, um, can we have the questions, the conversation going on after? I'm trying to just find out about the background of the students. Can you hold on to your question? Definitely, you will have a chance to engage our Secretary General for Zinasu. Mkama Emmanuel, are you back?
I don't have a question.
You don't have a question. Please come in then if it's not a question.
Right. My, how, what I want to say is I'll first elaborate on a standard or on a normal funding of education system, so that when we are debating, we'll be debating from a point of being informed. Maybe we might waste our time and our voice uh, trying to punch the wall, and then we don't get results. In the first world, where many people come from, the education is funded by citizens Uh, so many people, they say in America, education is for free. I don't know about the UK, but what happens in America is if you enroll a child in first grade, you don't pay nothing. She gets everything that is needed, a laptop, whatever, you can name it, food and things like that. But what happens is we have something that is called property tax. The property on property taxes, if you pay 1,200, there is a percentage that goes to a local school where your property is. It doesn't matter whether you have a child who's going to school. It doesn't matter that you are a old age and you have retired. Your property tax pays for that for the education.
Come on,
So
Owen. Thank you for that one. I'm sorry I have to cut you off because our guest would like to quickly um, get over because he might have to leave earlier. So can we engage him later, or you can just round off quickly? Then we can engage him. We can engage the conversation later. Is that okay?
but we can continue trying to ask for money from the government where the money is not there. So we'll be just like making fairy stories. Let's first try to establish where can we get that money to fund the education. If we don't have somewhere where we can get that money from, we can sing and sing and sing, and that money will not come forth. In the first place, does a Zimbabwean government have that money? If the Zimbabwean government doesn't have the money, we will not ask for money which is not there. Then we need to look for an alternative. That's a discussion that we should make or come up with. Eh, in
Thank,
history, okay,
come on,
okay,
Owen.
all right, I'll leave it there anyway.
Sorry to cut you off, my brother, but we need to just engage him, Kuma Emmanuel, before he disappears. Okay. Um, Thank you, Mkoma Emmanuel and Mkoma Owen, for your contribution so far to the conversation. Mkoma Emmanuel, you've talked about resources, but before I go into the resources, you talked about accommodation. And can you touch on the accommodation issue that we found where there were students who were supposed to be given accommodation and they were supposed to do their own cooking? I think that is in Blueo, that is for NAST, if I'm not mistaken. And they ended up getting to accommodation that was being provided that did not include that those features for them to cook for themselves, and they were expected to pay extra money. Is this one of those accommodation issues that you have with resources and accountability?
Okay, thank you so much, Charles Zimbabwe, for your question. And again, thank you, Mkoma Wade, for your contributions. I think we can pick one or two things from your presentation. But again, I just want to clarify that at no point did I comment that there's free education in America. But I can tell you of Scandinavian countries that offer free education. And again, it's like you say, it is very unfair for us to to cry for free education when there are no resources. But again, it is very unfair for the government for the government to remunerate our parents of peanuts, then ask for money from us. Where is the logic of, or where do they think they get the money from us? So I think besides us saying we should be able to fund our own education, the, the the question is on, are our parents able to do that? Is the basic person able to fund their student or their child to go to school? If they are able to do that, then let them do that. But if they're not able to do that, what happens? How do we come up with solutions? So it is not us about crying for free education. I mean, we won't benefit anything by getting free education. I mean, it might if we have the resources. The idea is that we want free education because we cannot afford the education, and that is our point. And what happens in America again is a whole different story that we might want to engage in later on. I'll come back to your question, child of Zimbabwe, where you then ask us. about the issue at NAST, where a private partner that is running a particular house of residence within the students at NAST's population, and how they had said within their contracts or their clauses that represent students, or that they conversation within the students, how they said they were going to give students the liberty to prepare their own meals. But then later on, when they calculated the cost of profit that they would make by selling food to the students rather than making them cook, they then had to change goalposts. I think first of all, it talks about a lack of integrity and a lack of accountability and a lack of personal worth within that particular partner or that particular private company, that it could not stand to its written laws. And it is very unfortunate that such a reputable name can afford to change things that it had written down. And again, this is because they no longer see students as an integral population within the society. They see students as potential potential customers. When they see students, they see their next dollar. When they see students, they try and find ways to loot money from those students. And this doesn't just happen within those particular halls of residence. It happens within the whole society. I mean, you go into Selborne, you find landlords within each and every uh, ghetto or whatever location that is close to any campus in Zimbabwe, where landlords are exploiting students, and they are taking advantage of having houses within those locations and making sure that they take advantage of that. But they are only able to take advantage of students because they know that students have no other option. If students had hold of residents within their campuses, they would have no reason whatsoever to go into these privately owned houses or halls of residence. And again, yes, it automatically talks to the being of, or maybe to the inability of institutions within Zimbabwe to accommodate their students. And we want to remind the citizens of Zimbabwe that as Zimbabwe Students' Union, we are going to make a follow up on the recommendations made by the Auditor General to make sure that within all institutions, at least we raise the halls of residence to make sure that 50% of all students within Zimbabwe, they are able to stay and to be accommodated within their campuses.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I did notice there was a plight there. And want to go into the resources you talked about. You talked about having challenges with resources. What are the students' resources that they're having challenges with in their different institutes? Probably you can just give us a rough idea so that people who are no longer part of the university system or who are not students can understand what kind of resources do you have and what is it that you don't have.
Okay, again, thank you so much for that question. So to start with, I mean, like we said, Education 5.0 talks about innovation. It talks about artificial intelligence. It talks about a new global norm, where we are now a global village as a society. And we cannot then talk about those particular conversations without the issue of internet and the issue of data. And again, the issue of energy. There is no internet within campuses. The internet is as slow as the old people that lead Zimbabwe. It is unfortunate. Well, in a world where Starlink is rampant and anyone institutions can be able to adopt Starlink, you can barely find an institution within Zimbabwe that has Starlink. I mean, we come back again to particular reading materials themselves. They're not reading materials. I mean, we talk on how the resources again do not match to the particular numbers of students. You go to the University of Zimbabwe right now, they enroll over 500 students in the faculty of data science, where they take students that do informatics, computer science. But when you go there right now, any minute, even if you want to go there on Monday morning, you find out that they only have 50 laptops. So these 50 laptops are supposed to service 500 students. And also having serviced 500 students, they are also supposed to service them within their exams. And you're talking about the University of Zimbabwe. We all know that Chikomo is probably, arguably, the best university within Zimbabwe. And if it is exhibiting such such a scenario, what then happens to other universities? What then happens to other new emerging universities? They're talking about a new university that is going to be coming in Mnangagwa. Do you think it will be up to par when the University of Zimbabwe is failing to have laptops that serves their students? We can also talk about the innovation hub. I'm telling you, we barely have innovation hubs within institutions. And if we do have innovation hubs, they do not have the sufficient materials. But the most important resource that we can ever talk about within an institution is the resource of human resource. This human resource, I mean, at an university, innovation comes from the issue of ideation, and ideation starts in classrooms. And in classrooms, if you don't have lecturers, you don't have teachers, then there are no ideas that come in. Students should be involved, and the spirit of innovating should be involved from having learned on how to innovate. But this cannot happen if there are no lecturers. Why am I saying there are no lecturers? Lecturers are not being paid enough. I mean, right now, the University of Zimbabwe is going into the second semester without lecturers. And Shava sees it okay that the university can continue like that. The current president, who calls himself a doctor and a lawyer, he sees that as normal and okay. I would beg to differ. That's a lack of resource within the particular institutions and within the leadership of Zimbabwe itself. We lack leadership that can be able to define institutions as hubs of learning, as hubs of development, and even as hubs of production of the best leaders for the society, for the industry, and whatever it is. So these are just a few of the resources that we will lack within institutions that I can mention about.
Okay, you talk about the lecturers, and it's also one of the things that I noticed that was a complaint that we had, where there were complaints that you were graduating after you didn't have proper examination system for the for the modules that you were being given credits for. Is it for a specific section of the study at university or department? And can you talk about that? Since you're the Secretary General, you must have an idea about it and tell us about it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question again. But probably, well, before I comment on it, I would like to state again that institutions cannot run without lecturers, and lecturers, above all, they are our parents. They we understand their plight, and when they fight for better wages, we are with them in that particular fight, and we will always make sure that they have the best standards when it comes to that. And again, we cry that the government should be able to address the plight of the lecturers. Number one, by sitting down with the lecturers, giving them a fair wage, finding better grounds, so that we the students do not suffer in this particular case. You mentioned about the graduation. I think again it's a long conversation that I would really want to delve into. But just to be precise, I think it was unfair to then limit the particular graduating class from graduating on the basis that they did not learn. These particular graduating classes, they did not learn, but they had to write exams. So you should understand that at a university, if they say you're not learning, but the university the particular exam comes, you still have to write that exam. And if you're able to write that exam and pass it, it proves that as a society or as a graduating student, you are mature, you are focused, and you represent a rare kind of a student. So we would like to make it clear that the particular graduating students did that at their own, because the university could not fulfill its duty of giving lecturers to lecture the students. It only gave them exams without having learned. But again, these students, they overdid themselves. They are heroes of our society. After having not learned, when they were supposed to have used that as an excuse, they did not run away from exams. They went to the exams, they nailed the exams, and they were able to graduate. And we, as the Modern Nation, like I said, we represent the students, and we saw no reason whatsoever fit for them not to graduate after having focused and worked so hard to write exams. And again, the course of their study, in any case, if they had been made not to graduate in that particular graduating era, it meant that they were supposed to repay another $2,000 of 2 semesters for them to graduate after 1 year or so, which again is not guaranteed if they will be lecturers or not. So again, that is our position. We are proud of those that graduated, and we can assure the society that those that graduated, they graduated with resilience, with perseverance and great persistence, and we congratulate them for having graduated in such dire circumstances.
Thank you so much, Brother Emmanuel. Thank you so much for explaining that one, because we did hear about it and it was there on X. And we will, for clarifying that one, it means a lot to us so that we know what is happening at the universities. You did talk about uh, the lectures also going on strike, and you joining the lectures on the strike. And I want to, this is going to take us to a very, very critical conversation of victimization of students. Can you explain and categorize the victimization of students that you're talking about when you talk about victimization of students?
Thank you so much for that question. And it is a question that really touches our hearts, because it is unfortunate that we have become victims, and not just in word, but in particular, uh, physical victimization. I mean, it is unfortunate that as I speak to you right now, we have 5 students from the Midland State University, particularly Takunda Mashasha, Kigen Mate, Nesta Moyo, Tanaka Sivanda, and our own National Legal Secretary, Fanuel Gona, that were suspended for particularly wearing these Zimbabwean students union t-shirts. I mean, they were just wearing those t-shirts. First of all, those t-shirts are just beautiful. There's no reason whatsoever anyone can be victimized for that. But they are being victimized right now. They are suspended. One of them is suspended. One of them is expelled. Sorry, 4 of them were suspended for just that at MSU. We will talk some other day about how the particular witness in that case is a ZANU PF counselor who, after having done that, was promoted to become a dean of students. Who is clueless, is inorganic. I mean, he's just some other boy there who's supposed who has no qualification whatsoever to become a dean of students, but he was promoted for having victimized the students. We'll come back to that later. I'll also remind you that when we stood together with the lecturers, for standing with the lecturers and crying that we as the graduating class of 2025, we want to be able to have our lecturers, we were arrested. 6 of our comrades were arrested. And after having been arrested for crying that, for that, those students again were suspended by the University of Zimbabwe. I mean, suspending a student for crying for crying that lecturer should be paid enough so that they can come back into classes. Again, it is unfortunate. It is it is very immature of the old people that did it. But I mean, it does not just end there. It is unfortunate again that we have 2 of our comrades. As I was talking to you earlier, I mentioned about the issue of accountability. That we have a social contract with the institution that we will learn at. And we have a social contract with the Great Zimbabwe University, which is run by the old guy, Zobro. And I can tell you right now that Zobro and whatever his team of legal practitioners that run the student disciplinary committee suspended 2 of the greatest student leaders. And I want to bring to your attention of these 2 student leaders. These are student leaders that have been part of the SRC. They've contested for SRCs. One of them is an SRC president, the other one is an SRC minister. And we understand in the institution that if someone participates in administrative governance, that person is woke and is mature and respects and understands the laws of an institution. But we understand that Great Zimbabwe University does not see intellects like those ones as such. They see those ones as probably threats to their particular post. And these particular individuals at the Great Zimbabwe University, Alinos Munogwei and Darlington Matola, these were suspended. I'm telling you, it is on record, for having asked one symbol who calls themselves the Dean of Students at the Great Zimbabwe University on why they were failing to get the best of service within the halls of residency. After just having asked him of those particular questions within a WhatsApp group, The following morning, they were evicted from their halls of residence. After 2 days, a notice came that they were no longer allowed, or they had been suspended. And the student disciplinary committee said within that institution, again, a student disciplinary committee that we believe was trying to defend its particular duties of work, suspended these particular students. And Darling Machola, after having been suspended, has appealed that his court may be heard and may be reviewed by the High Court of Zimbabwe. And on Monday, which is the 15th of September, that court will be hearing. And without going further, allow me to tell you that we as the students, we are clear on one position, that we will be closely following whatever will be happening in that case. And what will happen thereafter is for the citizens to understand that students should never be victimized on the basis of asking for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been following the case of Darlington Matola, but then people were not. I've asked people to repost the post for Darlington but I didn't know what it was that he was being subjected to. And thank you for clarifying that one. Um, then okay, you've told us about the challenges. I want to go back to asking about what the student union has been doing for the university communities, their local communities, and the greater Zimbabwe. I think we need to just go back into the what is it that the Zinasu has been contributing to our communities in Zimbabwe, including the student community. Do you have any
Okay,
programs that you've set up, that you've done for the community?
okay. Thank you so much for again such a great question of what we have done. I think it's a great question because it brings to the position the idea that we have always shared, and our position as students, that we should not just be people that come and cry, or we should not just be all for the no bear. We should be able to come and proffer solutions. First of all, what we have done is that we have provided leadership for all institutions within Zimbabwe. We have Zinasu each and every institution. You understand that according to the flawed Ordinance 30 that runs all institutions within Zimbabwe, there is a particular clause that talks about administrative governance that the students should partake of as being part of the SRC. And we have deployed in each and every institution SRCs that can be part of running those institutions, and that can be able to represent students officially within those campuses. But I mean, we are also cognizant that uh, as as Thomas Idiot Sangara talks, that there's no total emancipation without the emancipation of women. And allow me again to say, as part of what we've done, we've made sure that we include our female counterparts in making sure that they are part and parcel of the movement and leadership. And just in 2024, and or probably just say between the period of 2023 and 2025, we have 7 female leaders that have been able to take positions of leadership within SRC, as SRC presidents, or the highest SRC post, maybe the vice president or the secretary general. And these are just those highest spots, but we have filled other candidates within other spaces. That is number one. Number two, we have been able to have what we call uh, uh, high level forums. So these high level forums have been institution endeavors where we go into institutions, we go with members of parliament, we go with students, we go with leaders of industry. We have conversations with them, and after having a conversation with them, we see the issues that the students are facing, and after having had the issues that the students are facing, they are then able to then proffer solutions and then ideas. I can tell you that just 2 weeks ago, the Parliament of Zimbabwe was going all around, in making sure that they ask and understand within institutions if there are innovation hubs. And this comes from a total advocacy that we have done as Zimbabwe National Students Union. What else have you done? You talk about our role in making sure that we participate in the politics of Zimbabwe. I mean, if you find us in our space as students, anyway, we define ourselves as the barometers of class consciousness. We understand that before being students, we are also citizens, and we have a role to the society to educate the society. We have our brothers, like I said earlier, who are not able to be in university. We have our brothers, like I said earlier, who cannot afford to be in university. We have our brothers, like I said earlier, who could not probably, because of the education system, could not be able to get university. But they need to be lectured. They need to understand the society and how it is run. They need to know who is eating their money. They need to know that for them to not be able to get a recreational facility with the, or maybe a youth center within their society, is because there's a particular musician that has been given a car by a guy who stole money from a particular solar project. So we've been able to conscientize the citizenry, the youth to be particular, as part of our programs. But again, above anything, you can go on Google, you can go anywhere. You understand that there's no institution in Zimbabwe or anywhere else that has been able every 2 years or even every year to be able to produce to the society, to the industry, to the parliament itself, to the politics of Zimbabwe, I mean to the government of Zimbabwe, and anywhere you can think of leadership. And we as the Zimbabwe Students Union, we have delivered students that have graduated from Zinasu, they have gone out there to shine as engineers, as doctors, and part of the society, and we have been able to produce those. And again, we still do so and prefer solutions by engaging parliamentarians. We still do so again as students by being able to write paper pieces that we present to the ministry. Though it does not respond to us, we have written in just 24 alone over 34 uh, page documents that we sent to the ministry of solutions and ideas that we think should economically run the education system of Zimbabwe. So we have done as much as we can do, but above all, we still thrive, and we believe that with more students joining the student union and being part of the students union, we can do more and we can go far. Thank you.
But thank you so much. I want to just thank you because I've noticed that you did do a campaign in support of the young lady, the girl who was raped at the rank in Harare. I did see videos of the student union coming out and campaigning against rape of minors and rape of women, and I felt like I was proud of the student union for what they've done. Thank you so much for that. Um, I want to now go to the speakers that are here so that they can engage with you before you do leave. So I'm going to start off with Mkoma Owenchari, Mkoma Hulu, Padare. I'm going to add you now so that you can join in the conversation. Then, amongst us, I must acknowledge the presence of president of one of the political parties in Zimbabwe, Mai Manyara. We're going to invite you to also speak. Then we'll have King Jesus and General, you'll be coming in. Please, can we go ahead in that order? And please, may we have our contributions coming in small bits so that if he needs to respond, he'll be able to respond before his time is up. Thank you, everyone, for joining this conversation.
Yeah, I'm going first. Is it me who's going first? Okay. The reason why I wanted to finish off my presentation, when now he was responding on it, he didn't have a full understanding of the whole thing. Maybe I'll go on and try and finish it off. I was saying we have a problem of education that is not subsidized by the government. Uh, And then we got there to try and negotiate for the government to do so. What I know is our Zimbabwean government has no good governance. It is broke because they don't have transparent, people are not paying taxes. I don't know. But for me to try and think where that money could come from, I really wonder. Even if Mutuli Move is going to give a budget, that budget is not going to be good enough to try and give loan to tertiary students. In every other world, tertiary education is considered as something that is secondary. Uh, People are given loan or they are borrowed money to start, and that money is paid back. Zimbabwean government have been doing that, but I guess where that money was coming from, it ran dry because nobody was paying back. The reason why people were not paying those loans back is after they graduate, they won't be able to work or they disappear into brain drain as they go to other worlds seeking greener pastures. Uh, then we end up having the problem that we have today. However, I cannot blame the students that they don't have enough money to pay for their education. It is the duty of the government to put in place policies and measures uh, for them to make the money available, whether by form of subsidizing or by loaning students to study. And it is also the duty of the government to collect the debt that it is all owed by students, those who have graduated. They should remit the loan and the money that they were given to. I remember gone a long time ago, students used to buy even commuter or mini buses from the money they were getting from the government towards their education, which means things were working out that time. So here is my board of conditions here. Eh, what suggestions or how can we make the government fund us? First and foremost, we need to start pointing out to the government that if you go there, there is money. And if you take that money, give us that money to start. But if we just say we want money without pointing at money, absolutely, we're not going to get that money. But if you go to the government informed uh, and we are equipped, then we'll be able to get the money or we'll be able to encourage the government to give us the money. I want also to comment on the other aspect. Secretary General, you said people are writing exams and are passing exams without learning. It is so scary. Eh, to be honest with you, Zimbabwe is producing incompetent graduates. There's no way people would pass exams without them being taught about that subject. So if you can pass an exam without learning, it is as good as for you. There's no reason for you to go and study. Just come from your own house and write exams and pass. But because the government is trying to cover up for the incompetence that they have, they are just giving people marks that all of you makambona zvinoitwa klasi yemadofo kare kare kwaimbonzi class 1A 1B 1C, the last one will be 1D. 1D, people never used to write exams. Vaingonzi vana vobva sumukai zvazanzi mese mapasa. This is what is happening in our colleges today. We used to have a high-ranked education. Our education in Zimbabwe used to be respected. But here we are. We have a student who did not go in class, who did not do assignments, because your coursework is compromised with a certain percentage that comes from your assignments. So if the lecturers are not coming to give you assignments, who is marking your assignments? Who is compiling the coursework of your assignments? How are you passing? And how are you able to graduate? And how are they coming up with a graduation class when there were no lectures happening on these universities? This is a time bomb that we are sitting on. We should not clap hands and look at these things happening. We are producing nothing. We have incompetent degree holders. We have professors who are not educated, professors who've been going to school and talking about other things, and they will be saying they have graduated and they've passed. No, this is not the kind of education that we need for Zimbabwe. We need a Zimbabwe that have lectures.
Please,
For
can we round up, Mkoma
Okay,
Owen?
as I round up, I want to ask the Secretary General. We have a big problem. You've been asked, what are you doing for the society? What are you doing for Zimbabwe? I want to ask you, Secretary General, are you having any programs that talks of drugs? Because we have the highest problem of drugs. Even our students on our campuses, they are using drugs. Vari kumwa mutoriro. Ma-students vabva mukunwa mutoriro, vari kuenda kunonyora ma-exams, vobva vapasa. What are you doing about it? Are you advocating in the communities to alleviate drugs? Do you have anything in place that you are doing to help the government or to help the society to do away with the drugs? Drugs that are on your campuses, drugs that are on your streets, drugs that are in Zimbabwe as a whole. And you know where those drugs are coming from. What are you advocating for? Are you writing in papers? Are you approaching government wings? Are you calling the government out towards this drug problem that we have? I had other questions. Let me use my mic for now. Thank you so much, Secretary General. I believe in you. You are so strong. The other time we had a conversation and I saw you in action. The next day, you were in support of your lecturers after we discussed it on this platform. I believe in you. You are a listening leadership. Thank you so much with the whole leadership that you lead and that are supporting and working with you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
What are you doing, Mr. Secretary General? Thank you so much, Mkoma Owen, for your views and for what you brought into the conversation. I think it would be I think it would be very unfair for you, Mkoma Owen, to try and represent both the students and the government. You said the government has done one, two, three, and the government, comrade, I want to be clear with you. We have tried to have conversations with the government through the ministry that we collaborate with, or the ministry that we partake in, which is the Ministry of Financial Education. Shava does not reply to our emails. Shava does not reply to our handwritten letters. They have gone to the ministry. We have spent days there saying we'll see him when he gets in. He avoids us. I mean, we have tried to talk to Chaguira. He doesn't. We have petitioned them through the parliament for them to come. They do not attend the parliamentary sessions in which we want to have conversations with them. So for you to then come and say the government has done one, two, three, I think it is a misrepresentation because they themselves they do not avail themselves when the students try to engage them. That's number one. Number two, we represent the students, Mukoma Owen. Or whatever we are saying here is not something that we have Googled for or we say out of fun. What we say here is what the students tell us and what the students face. And again, we as students, whatever we talk, either as the Secretary General or as the union, it comes from an informed point of view. And whatever I was telling you about the students is not something that I crafted. Those were the views of the students. Again, you try and represent the government, and you say about the government desk that it has done so much in making sure that there's education. But again, in the same statement, you then come in and start arguing and saying Zimbabwe has over the years produced incompetent graduates. So what has the government done? The government still remains in question. If it has over the years produced incompetent graduates, what have they done then in that case? Again, I think I was clear when I talked about the graduating class. The graduating class was not really affected by these strikes. Why? Because they were in the final lap of their things. They were now working on their dissertations. They were now in the final part. So the effects of this hit them. But again, because they are focused and they were really interested with attaining academic goals that were set for them, they did so much and they managed to graduate. And it would be very unfair for you to discredit someone who was on university for 4 years and say they did not deserve to graduate. Again, besides the whole idea of us having talked to the students and having had their pleas concerning wanting to graduate, the idea comes that even if they had stayed on campus because they could not graduate, it meant that they would have to pay again another $2,000 upon the debts that they already have, which they do not afford. So this was our basis. But again, we appreciate what you have said concerning our role to the society. I told you again that we know that we are the barometers of class consciousness, and we educate our brothers. We have advocated for vocational training centers within each and every ward in Zimbabwe. We have again returned to the government, making sure that in each and every ward in Zimbabwe, there is again institutions for youth centers for recreation, where even students that are not really gifted academically, they can go there, they can be able to pursue whatever is in their abilities, even going to do workmanship within their communities so that they can run away from drugs. And again, please do not misrepresent the student by saying students do drugs within campuses. You do not represent the students. I am, or we are the National Secretary General of Zinasu, and we represent the students, and we know what is happening on campuses. We know whoever is into drugs within campuses. We know how we take them to the uh, to, 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 to the mentoring lecturers, and we make sure that they are attended to and that they are put aside. I can give you names of institutions which have done deliberately through our SRCs and gone there and made sure that students that are involved in drugs, whether in selling, whether in anything, are assisted in particular way so that they do not perpetrate or they do not increase the rampant use of drugs within campuses. So please do not represent the students. We represent the students, and I'm sure that is the reason why we were invited here, because we know what is happening on campus. And you're saying students do drugs on campuses, and you know it is a misrepresentation, especially if you are not within the campuses. If you are to represent anything, please pick one side and tell us an informed position. But thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your views. We are definitely putting each and everything that you have said down. And again, like you said, we will always be there to make sure that there's academic freedom, and above all, to make sure that there's total freedom for all citizens of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, you have come back and you seem not to have understood everything I said.
Owen, Chari,
No,
can
no,
we
no,
move
no.
on to Hulu?
No,
Then you come back.
he responded not what I said. Number
Um,
one, wait, Chido, wait.
but you know, Owen,
He,
you're hogging the
wait,
space.
Chido. No, no,
Can
no,
we
no.
can we move on?
Co-host. No, we cannot move on when he is mis misquoting me.
Can you do it
I
in a
don't
minute?
wait, wait,
Can you do it
wait.
in a minute?
In a minute, I don't know. I don't promise.
No, 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 no. We
I
can't
did
have
not
that.
say.
Can
I
we
did
do it
not
in a
say.
minute?
I did not say I represent the government. If you had
No,
listened to wait, you see,
I
you
got that very clearly.
when you were
Sorry.
talking, I was not in agreement with what you were saying, but I gave you a chance to respond. When
Can
I
can
talked
your
about
minute
the
start
government,
now?
Chilo, you are disturbing me.
Ndiri kukuudza kuti minute yekutanga izvozvi.
Do you want me to respond or I'll just everyone was hearing what I said? That's not what I said.
I
There's no
said your
one who
minute
can.
is starting
He
now.
is the one who said people wrote exams when they did not learn because they were not lectures. Then he come back and say they were lectures, they learned. I don't know what he's trying to say. I said there were people who were doing drugs in colleges. He's the one who said we have managed to clamp down on students who are on campus doing drugs, and we've referred them to organizations. And on that same sentence, he now say there are no people who are doing drugs on campus. You don't know because you don't represent the students. I don't represent students, but I was a student before. And I'm a parent. I know what is happening. I'm a Zimbabwean. I'm privy to that information. You cannot lie to us that there are no drugs that are happening on campuses. You cannot also lie to us that there is no misappropriate of funds.
Thank you, Mkoma Owen. Can we move on to the next speaker?
Thank you, Child of Zimbabwe, and thank you, host and the audience, and welcome to the space, Emmanuel, the Secretary General of Zinasu.
I did
Emmanuel,
not say you
before
should not get your money.
hmm? Child of
Okay,
Zimbabwe, can you hear me?
I will use my mic by this. Do, do not misquote me.
Mkoma Holo, please go ahead.
Okay, Child of Zimbabwe, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I was just thanking you, Child of Zimbabwe, as well as the host and the audience, and welcoming Emmanuel, the Secretary General of Zinasu, to the space. Emmanuel, before I just speak, can I just find out how many people make up the executive of Zinasu? How many students make up your executive?
Okay, thank you so much, Wulu. So it is made up of particularly nine comrades or nine students, that are being led, of course, by the capable president, Manu Chipuma.
Okay, so you are not. It's nine of you, and then in terms of student population at the University of Zimbabwe, how many are represented by Zinasu? Emmanuel, how many students do you represent at the University of Zimbabwe, percentage wise?
I mean, we represent all the students within any institution, but I would say, okay, maybe 70% or yeah.
And 70% of how many in terms of student population? Just the last one that I just want to find out there before I make my submission. The student population, 70% will be like plus minus how many students? Well, okay, Emmanuel.
Okay. Yeah, no. So my coming up with the percentage of 70% was taking it from the previous SRC elections that we had at the University of Zimbabwe, where our health unit had over 70% of the population. So that was
Okay,
I
so
think,
70% will be how many people in terms of number? How many students?
in the case of the SRC election or in the case of students. I mean, there are
I mean,
over
student
several populations.
population, student population at the
Okay,
University of Zimbabwe.
Okay, let's put it a plus or minus 6,000 students maybe.
6,000 students. Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. So, 6,000 students, and the Secretary General is here. And I wonder how many students are also here. To listen to the Secretary General. Emmanuel, I want to let you know that I think you guys at Zinasu, you are trying what you are trying, but I think there's so much that you still need to do in terms of highlighting the dire straits that students actually face at the University of Zimbabwe as well as many other universities, just to make us, the community, aware of your problems, just to make us aware of exactly what is happening in your campuses. I think that you guys have perhaps been doing more propaganda rather than giving us the facts. And that's the reason why you will find out that even though you represent 6,000 students with your nine members of your executive, uh, I don't think they are here to listen to you making a submission to people, an important submission for which we can assist you to highlight the plight of students, the plight of the lecturers, to the society. Baba Tenson, at some point, the guy called Baba Tenson, perhaps you know him. There was a time when he used to stay at one of my places. You know, he never went to university, Baba Tenson, but he used to ask me what he can do to promote himself to the people. You guys have not done enough in terms of promoting the activities of Zinasu and galvanizing the students in such a manner that we get to know you. Even on social media, we get to know exactly what are the challenges. I want to agree with you that tuition for university education is very expensive. I myself am a lecturer. I'm aware of what happens with students, and the issue of people who have got homes around universities and having to rent them out to students does not happen in Zimbabwe only. It happens in almost all countries, and the inability of parents to pay for fees at universities does not happen only in Zimbabwe. It happens all over the place. Now, with the situation where we are at this particular moment, with our lecturers on strike, as well as our government not responsive to your request to engage with the government, I believe that it is important for you guys to come up with an effective strategic plan. Number one, to highlight your issues, especially to the community, because remember, the community itself is where you are coming from. Since you are coming from the community, the government itself will be forced to respond to you if the community continues to highlight the challenges that you guys are facing. Non governmental organizations, churches, and things like that are entities and institutions that you may also engage with, because they do have access to government officials for which they can be able to put a word to government officials. To enlighten them of the challenges that you guys are facing. I am very sad knowing the type of challenges that you guys actually face. I know many students from universities in Zimbabwe, and they tell me also about the situation the situation as it as it is developing now in Zimbabwe, the way we see it. I want to advise you, my friend, my young brother, that you need to do a little bit more in terms of making sure that you engage with the most important people. Put away propaganda on the side. We are not living in easy circumstances. You got to accept the fact that we are facing challenges and students are facing challenges, lecturers are not there, and things like that. We need pragmatic solutions to that, and you cannot do that alone. You need stakeholders to assist you in terms of making this happen. Lastly, as I'm going to land, there was a time when you guys actually opened a space. Unfortunately, in that space, there were so many other people who were with me who wanted to make a contribution to you, the students. but you never gave a mic to anybody. You were speaking among yourselves. And I ended up even complaining on your space to say, but why are you not allowing us to also give a word? Because we want to be with you, we want to support you, we want to help you, and all that, and all that. But you guys were just talking among yourselves. You open a space. That's the reason why you have few followers. That's the reason why Zinasu itself, in terms of its own account, just check there. You represent 6,000 students. How many followers do you have on your Zinasu X account? Very, very few. Your Facebook profiles, your Instagram, and stuff like that. You are nowhere to be found. So you can't just speak from the campus. You got to make sure that your voice is heard all over the place. I'm urging you to improve when it comes to that. And the community is us who are engaging with you. And we can, here and there, be able to come up with certain, strategies to assist you guys to make sure that you see the life of our students at campuses improve, and the lecturers themselves can be more effective in class, and you guys can be able also to be more innovative and creative to achieve your goals in line with the objectives that you have, to develop yourself and get jobs. So that is what you need to learn. You have to engage more. You have to promote your activities a little bit more. You need to put away propaganda a little bit out and make sure that you become more realistic, more pragmatic, and have your strategic plans out there. Sorry, child of Zimbabwe, just the last bit. Emmanuel, for the whole presentation that I've listened to right now, since our Child of Zimbabwe invited me, I never heard you talk about academic excellence, working hard, and assignments and things like that. It's all complaining, 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 complaining. That's all I hear. And I don't hear anything in terms of the students are doing this at campus. We are doing this and that and that and that. There's so many things that the students can do at campus, which will eventually reach out to the society, and the society can be able to help you. So I hope that things will improve. We all make mistakes, but hopefully this discussion might also help you here and there to improve in certain ways. And I wish you all the best, and we will continue to follow your situation. And we want our lecturers back and getting better salaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ulu, for your submissions, which I find very fair, and they present, from my understanding at this particular point, a fair argument of your view of what Zinasu is doing and how you see it from where you are. And I appreciate that I've put down a number of notes on particular things that you might want to improve. Though again, I might not agree with particular things that maybe what you might describe as propaganda is not really propaganda. But again, I totally appreciate what you said. And just to close off with what you closed off with, I mean, we as NASU, we believe that students should not just end up as anything. And all this what we are crying about, all this what we act as if like we're just being emotional noisemakers, is at a point where our students are doing so much within their campuses. I mean, like I was mentioning earlier, that we want, or we wish that our students can be developed, they can be trained and be efficient, even great people in the transition into the working industry. And that is our hope. But all this comes in if we are able to address some of the major things that I mentioned earlier. But again, I totally appreciate your contributions. I've put them down, and I hope that in the soonest possible time we'll ever address those. Thank you so much, and we hope that we'll be able to correlate as we grow in ASU, and even as we fight for academic freedom for the continent and even for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Nkomawulu. I want to give you a challenge. I want you to host them. They will go and rethink. Hulu, host them. You have got spaces. Scotty, host them. You got spaces. Zim for us, you got spaces. Host them. That's the only way we can have their messages coming out. Somebody has to host them. You people have got spaces. Host them. Okay, can we go to the president? the president of For Us. Thank you for joining us. What do we
Oh,
have for your children?
oh, thank you for having me, child of Zimbabwe. It's very, very difficult times for our students. When I was back in the country, I can feel for Emmanuel because I think it's a voice that's not being heard. And it's a voice that loses its time because, you can only have a short term for your students. You say they're here for maybe 2 years, 3 years, and then you get a new a new bunch of new students who are echoing the same thing, and nothing changes. So we have to really feel for these guys because Emmanuel, you have been trying. I know because you did mention that you did try to reach out to Amon Murwira at the time, and that you expressed many times, how the cost of living is very, very difficult for the students, as well as, how life is very difficult for the teachers as well, the lecturers, that the teachers' wages are lower than the consumer's basket. That is really sad. And in any other country, you do have a separate organization whereby I think we were discussing just in the other economics topic to see how things can be decentralized, from the government on some of these issues. And Hulu, I think, will be coming in there in the spaces and then just trying to discuss further on whichever ways that we can do to help the situation. That will be quite commendable. And thank you very much for that. So, with that, Emmanuel has been trying. He has been voicing his voice, and it doesn't go anywhere because you're looking at a monopolized situation. Not that the government wanted to monopolize, it's just the structure on how they have created it. But if you're to create a situation where these universities or even primary and secondary schools can have some sort of privatization, whereby an allocation to a university, a secondary school, a primary school, towards their own autonomy in terms of running their own businesses. That helps a bit. The government doesn't have to take on everything because at this particular point in time they don't have anything. As you can see, the amount of wages being paid to the teachers, those teachers are the ones who've got these children who are in turn coming back to the university saying we don't have fees. Because if a teacher is earning 300 and then that teacher has got a son or a daughter who is a student who is being asked to pay $500 in tuition fees, like you were saying, Emmanuel, it's a very, very difficult, vicious cycle. It cannot work. Do you see? So what you're asking of the government to do, because even on their salaries that they're earning, you're looking at the amount of income that university is trying to raise, and from that income, they want to pay the teachers, and then books, and then all of these curriculums that they've got to put in place. The whole system is jumbled up. Nothing makes sense. So, as much as we are making noise, there isn't a system there that is speaking to each other in the sense that how is money coming in and how is it paying expenses, and at the same time, because you can see it's all a cycle that everybody's in and nobody can come out of it, because each and every amount that is being distributed from each and every side or category within this cycle cannot make sense. So if the Zimbabwean government, I think we were talking about in the other platform, to decentralize things is the most best way. Even if you're to find maybe a particular piece of land, we've got land that is lying unused there. And if we're to come up with different plans, hence I'm saying, when we go further into the spaces, we can come up with many different ideas that we can even share, with the government, and maybe some things you can take on from the platform, Emmanuel, and then we help you, we put something together, and then we can submit it through, maybe like Hulu was saying, somebody who is formidable enough, who can be listened to and heard. We need to move away from this vicious cycle and then try to think outside of the box. What is the outlay in terms of the economy of how we want to enrich our universities? That needs to be done. We've got land that is just laying there. If we are to support, maybe change to say, a certain amount is projected and is given to this university. They're given some sort of uh, 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 production, to do, whether by land use or maybe if you've got startups. If you've got, there are so many things that can be done, because you can even use the students' ideas to make money. There are so many ways that we can make money. The other one is that of startups. Do you know, if you put your startups, and then you can make it as a university, yeah, whereby these students come up with all these different startups. I know there have been so many startups, because when I went to Israel, I think we had two, three Zimbabwean students who came up with a healthcare, startup, that is actually being funded, I think, between Israel and USA, if I believe, because they came up with this lovely startup, to help with the heart problems. Lovely. So if the universities can use such sort of resources, put your students to use your brains, create something that works, that is favorable to the government, for them to think as well, because they are in this box. They don't know how to think outside of it because of the structure that they have. So there comes a time now, I think, where we have to look at the whole education system and see, is it working in terms of the input that is required for the universities to function, to pay their teachers, meet up the expenses, and all of these things. They cannot rely on what the government is giving, because as you can see, most universities that are outside of Zimbabwe, that have got better, economies, you do find the tuition comes from the students. And they can tell you, okay, this number of students is what we have, and our tuitions are this amount of money. It works for them. It works. So that dualistic approach, where the government has to let go of some things. The problem with the Zimbabwean government, I have to say, they are holding on to everything. There are some times whereby it's sort of like an empirical national thing that you're doing. Sometimes you get too stretched. One, there is no money, the economy is not doing well. There's so many factors that are affecting the country, whether you say it by sanctions, whether you say it by, the ZIG that has just been introduced, whether you say it by so many things. At the moment, there's each and every area of any faculty is being affected in Zimbabwe. Yeah. So we have got to come up with new ideas, rather than shouting at somebody who doesn't even have any penny to give you, because they're a government that is struggling. So what can we do? So that's all I can say at this particular point in time. Then we can share more when we arrange the topics, Hulu, and then share much more further things. But I would like to engage with the students on what startups they have, and some of us can help present these startups, to some of these organizations. I've got access to so many organizations that can give out, funding. Yeah. So let's come up any startup that somebody has that is competitive. Please share it with us. Then we can pass it on to some of these organizations, just solely that it helps, students with their tuition. Thank you very much.
Totenda President, tinotenda. You've spoken well like a president, solution based. Thank you so much. Um, can we go on to the next speaker?
Yeah. Emmanuel, could I ask you a question, sir? Secretary General, what course are you doing at UZ and what year are you in?
Thank you, Padari. Greetings. I hope you are well. I'm the National Surgeon General of Zinasu. So this means that I represent all institutions within
No,
Zinasu.
I've asked the course you're doing, and
Yes,
what year are you in?
I'm going there. I just want to give you a brief understanding so that you can then.
No, 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 I understand what Zinasu is. I've asked you
Yes,
a
oh,
question. I've
it's
asked you a
okay.
question. Yeah.
Okay,
What
I'm
course? Yeah.
I'm a final year quantity surveying student at the National Institute of Science and Technology.
Okay. Also, you're at NAST.
Exactly, that's what I want to explain to you.
Okay. No, no, you didn't want to explain that to me because I've asked you a question.
But
I,
then it's okay.
let me carry on, Emmanuel. It's very important that you engage with us. I like student activism, and what you guys represent is a must. You should actually do that. One thing that I've done is an entrepreneurship is to get students from NAS to draw, from the architectural side. They've drawn my business plans and so forth. I actually give it to the students to draw the plans and so forth, and they pass, and we build very nice structures. So I know the product that is coming from NAST. It's a good product, very brilliant product. If anyone wants anything to do with architecture, look at the students from NAST. But if I was to listen to you, Emmanuel, as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, and you ask me and say, would I, if this was an interview, just listening to you and take this as an interview and say to you, yeah. So if I was to say to you, this was an interview for your job, right? I would not offer you a job. Definitely not offer you a job. Why wouldn't I offer you a job? Because I don't think you truly understand the role that you're carrying as Secretary General of Zinasu. You are calling yourself a comrade. You're already at warfare. If I look at your bio right now and say to myself, I want to see this young man who is a third year student doing whatever he's doing, I'm not seeing that story about you at all, even from your bio. See, the social media platforms are for selling a product. You sell a product, especially you young ones. You are talking about innovation. You need to be innovative in the manner that you even present yourself. You addressed here the people that you want to have a conversation with. You are not even respectful. Let's say if honorable those honorables here and say, okay, there was a young man who wanted to have a conversation with them. I can clearly see the way you're presenting yourself here, why they wouldn't even want to listen to you, even give you a chance to have a conversation. So go and listen back to this recording and say to yourself, if I was to talk to someone from a point of, because your job is to advocate, to present what is coming on, and to conflict resolution. That is your job. That's what your organization does. So if I was to,
Sorry to interrupt,
please,
co-host.
please,
Co-host,
please,
we cannot have
please,
a young man being bashed there.
please,
You have
please.
to protect the guests. This is not
Please,
right.
Chido, Chido,
No, Padare, you cannot
Chido.
bash a young
When,
man.
when does I'm
No,
not bashing
no,
him?
no, no, no. You
Please,
are
please,
bashing him.
please,
No, I'm
Please,
please.
not bashing him. I'm
no,
All
be
right,
actually giving him
professional.
guys,
respect.
No, be professional.
guys. You must
No, yeah,
understand.
he must talk in a professional way. He mustn't bash the young
I am a
lady.
very professional guy right
No,
now.
no,
Okay,
no.
can
I'm
you
actually
please?
talking as a professional right now.
I must thank you, Padari, for your contribution, but I must state something. I came here with a topic. I presented the plight of students. So when you're hearing them complain, it is me. It is not his fault. When he is complaining, I am talking about their plight. I am not talking about everything else. Ndosaka ndati vanoenda kwahulu kunotaura about other things. Vanoenda kuzim for us and they represent other things. They go kuna Scotty, they represent other things. I asked them to come to talk about their plight. That is what I asked for. You want to see their business thing, I think you can go to their LinkedIn, because that's what I know where people go to for job CVs and everything. Even my profile right now doesn't talk much. It talks about social things because this is my social engagement. Can we respect that this was their plight, their outcry to you vabereki vacho, kuti vari muri kuzobatsira nema-ideas to build them. They are our future. Ndokumbirawo pamuri kupedza padare, you've bashed, you've not, I won't say bashed, you've said your opinion. Please can you give a good note to their problems, because I am highlighting plights. I did that with the teachers, I did that with the nurses. I highlight the dirty linen. Let's go ahead.
I hear you. Highlighting plight has got a way of communicating it. Honorable Shower, we've got access to him, and we can. I've heard what this young man has actually said, and that's how we link as a team. So if we are highlighting plights here, we have to be able then to nurture the young ones in order to for them to achieve what they need to achieve. The issue of accommodation at NAST, we know it. You know, we know what is going on at NAST. We have establishments close to NAST. So we understand what is happening, especially NAST, even at UZ and so forth. The
But,
hub,
Th-
but,
the
thank
hub.
you.
but why
Can I
should you
finish?
speak on behalf of the government? No, you
I,
are not a
I never
government.
said I'm a
You are
government.
not the Ministry of
Who said I'm
Education.
a
Why are you
minister?
Thank
saying
you.
we have
Thank
done
you.
that?
Who
You are
said?
not you are not government,
What are
Padare.
you on
You
about?
are
You are too
Padare.
angry. You are just
No,
too
I'm not
angry.
angry. You
Why are
said
you angry?
we
Why are
have
you angry?
done
Let me
this.
have.
As I must agree with Mkoma Owen, Padare, you've known this plight. What have you done? I have called them to talk about it. What have you done? Stop stop this, please. You know their plight, you've known it for how long? What have you done? I have called them. What have you done?
I do a lot. I provide accommodation for them. If you did not know, so I actually help many students going to NAST and pay their fees. So I'm not really sure what you are trying to fight here. Stop looking. I'm not here on political ground. I'm here talking to a young man with the potential of actually doing well. So I've been in education, defense education. I understand about education. So I'm actually talking mentorship here, 101, to a young man on how to present himself and how he can be heard and be moved forward. I'm not just ordinary. I can say, "Nakapita Bazandengu Maya," but I'll be just joking. I'll be just joking with you. I'm a quite prominent businessman. So, but I'm saying to you guys, to Emmanuel and his team, the way we have to pitch the problem that we are facing and present it forward. Go to these spaces that Hulus that are asking you to go to, have conversation with Madam Manyara here on how to do it, because education is a product that people buy into. If I have to ask you as a group, have you done a study on how much your university is actually getting from the students as a whole? If you've got 6,000 students and you multiply that amount of money in terms of finance and where that money is going, that is what the research of a modern student is supposed to be speaking to. Why is it that this money is not good enough when we are paying 500, 700 pounds, $700 to that? Those are the things that we need to be speaking to so that people can be questioned. The hub at the UZ right now, if you ask me, right? The hub at the UZ is not being used properly. There's nothing like you say. But it's not the government's responsibility to resource that hub. The government has already given you that hub so that the university can actually. University has got directors. Madam Manyara, for your own information, the UZ has got land, so is NAST. So they have all these things. But we have to ask ourselves and say, are these being managed properly?
But
Emmanuel,
ndio accountability yavari kuti vari kusungirwa
we are having the
iyoyo.
same conversation. The problem is you are listening to the
Ndio
picture and you are listening to the
accountability yavari
politics.
kusungirwa vana
No, but
iyoyo.
I never say they're not being arrested for that.
So what do you want them to
But
do?
the arresting is
You
being put
should
on the
take it
wait,
as an
wait,
adult
Chido,
to take
Chido,
their
Chido,
word.
Chido,
Take this up as
Chido.
an
The
adult and take
people
their
who are
word.
arresting these young people are being forced from the institutions. It's an institution that will call upon the police on these children. So it is the people who are running this. It's not the government of Zimbabwe that is saying go and arrest those children. It is the people who are in this. Am I wrong, Emmanuel? Because these are the people that, when they say they are causing, when he said people were suspended, they were not suspended by the government. They were suspended by the institution of learning. So that we have to do a root cause analysis to where this is coming from in order to solve that problem.
I
If,
think
yeah,
Padari,
okay, listen, I can come off this space and
I want
go.
you,
No,
I
no,
want
yes,
you
yes, no,
to
no,
Ah,
no.
give
he,
them
he,
I can
can,
some
he, can,
hope.
actually,
he, can, he can he
yeah,
can
I can
give
Give
you
actually
them
the
go,
some
and
hope.
then
no,
you guys
no,
can
you are not
continue
Give
adding,
them
you are not
on.
hope.
adding any value.
I've
You can
already
go.
given them advice. I've already
Give
You are
given
them
not
him
hope.
a
adding
man
You've
as an
anything.
given
advice
them
as a mentor.
advice. You've given them.
I am giving him an advice, and you are
Give
refusing
them
it.
hope.
I've given him hope. I've told him that he needs to change his speech. He wants to have a conversation with Honorable Shawa, but he cannot. I am calling him Secretary General because he's got a title, but he is refusing to see the title of the individual that he wants to address his problem with. And you're not,
Padari,
and
Padari,
you're saying that you're actually
Padari.
seeing that is normal. You are
Okay,
all seeing it
Mr.
as
Padari.
normal.
Okay, Mr. Padari. I I concur. We can call him Honorable Shava, but again, I think it is very. I mean, there's nothing really bad, or there's no lie in saying Honorable Shava, as we might want to present to him, though he's not so honorable, since he's involved in the Logan scandal that we all know about.
How is
Again,
he
again,
honorable
number
All
two,
right. So
when
you
he's
are
not
again,
talking
doing
number
about
any
his
of
two,
those
Willow
there's
things?
nothing
scandal.
disrespectful
You are,
about
you,
him
you are
being
you are
He
old.
there to talk about
We
his
spoke
call
with
him
Willow
old
scandal.
confidence.
because he's old, he's tired, he's not doing
He's
his job
old,
as
he's
supposed to
tired.
do.
Shido, good
No,
night. Thank you for giving me a space. Emmanuel, well done. Congratulations. I hope you do well in your career. Many thanks.
Thank you, Padar. If we cannot give these students hope that we will listen, will understand their plight, then we are failing. We, as the community, are failing. We are failing. We cannot tell them about the context that we have, not even open the door to say that, you know what, I heard your plight. Come to my inbox. We discuss more. I connect you to the person who can solve your problems. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Let's be adults. Tivabereki vevana ava. Their parents are our sisters and brothers whom I've been interviewing who are getting $300 at most as their salary and they're paying 800. They are only speaking what they are going through. And I tell you, when I'm coming to these spaces, I'm talking about the challenges of the people in Zimbabwe so that Imimuri diaspora and those that are at home can be aware of those challenges and open other conversations. That's why I said, Mkuma Hulu, take them up, give them space to speak so more people can have and hear and give more solutions. But we are not saying that because vana takufana kuva basha, takufana kuva tuka, takufana kuvanyadzisa, because they are our future leaders. Please, ndukumbirawo, inini I ask them to talk about their plight. When they go to other spaces, they'll talk about specific things. And the main reason I asked for their plight, kuti imi vanhu vakuru muvhure nzeve munzwe kuti vana vari kuchema. And the vana vari kuchema right now. Let them cry. Don't tell them to keep quiet. It's their time to cry. I've given them that time. Let them cry. Inguva yavo yekuchema. Let's address zvavachema so far. Please, please. Ndikukumbirawo. Tiri
Chido,
vanhu
can I say,
vakuru.
yeah,
Ndikukumbirawo.
thanks, Chido. Can I
I'm
say something 30
pleading.
seconds and then I will drop? I just came up for that. 30 seconds. In another thing, young man, Emmanuel, Wulu told you that you came by yourself. You have got the right to come by yourself. We understand some of the students, they don't have money for data to come on spaces. As long you represent, you are free to come by yourself. Don't be intimidated. We are here to listen to what you say. If anybody wants to do any fact checks, they can always contact other students for on their own. Thank you, young man. I'm gonna drop now. Thanks, Shido. Thanks, point five, and
And
everybody
So
else.
mwenda mberi kutaura kuti kumeeting hakuendwe negrupu.
meeting iyi ndini ndaipusha. I had a teacher's space in the earlier on between 6 and 8. I am the one who pushed for this meeting to happen because ndiri kuona kunge vanhu hamusi kunzwisisa maplights evana ava. Zinasu has got has got a link here. Nobody is reposting their problems.
And
Ndinoramba
and and the
ndichipost.
Chidoga, don't push them to go other spaces where they will be like cash out. Let them come here where we got an ear to listen and we see how we can help or in the future in the New Zimbabwe what needs to be done. You know what I mean? So let them come to where they are protected and where they are free and are not intimidated to say stuff on their heart or what is happening on the ground. Thank you, my citizens. God bless you all. One love.
I concur, Chido. Well done for the space. And Emmanuel, do not be intimidated. You have highlighted students who have been humiliated, expelled, and there is court sittings pending, being done by members of ZANU PF who have no uh, uh, qualification to be in the positions they have been pushed into because of the organization they support, which is grossly unjust. ZANU PF has the privilege to rule over our country. They should have appreciated that than to terrorize us because they are in those positions. But all in all, I wish for you to know that the Zobos who are intimidating you, we are watching, we are standing with you. It will come to an end. And as Mwendas has indicated, feel free to come to Chido's space. And has our is it still? Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought it dropped. Feel free to come to this space, and Chido, if you can host just for us to get to a point where we even rally assistance or ideas of how to rescue our education institutions. Imagine the point of which was mentioned by Owen, that it sounds disastrous that children have gone through the period with no lecturers, not learning, but they are taken to have an examination. Isn't that a shocking, disturbing scenario? And as Owen reflects, it's obviously for them to be allowed to be examined. It's the system trying to cover up its failings. Ah ah ah! This is heart wrenching. This is shocking. How does it happen? And he is dismissing the accommodation problem. It's not only at NAST. It's throughout all our university institutions. I've assisted some young children struggling for them to have accommodation where they were going to learn.
And
Uh,
you know what, King Jesus? He
mm,
is the same person who's jilting these students. They are offered accommodation and the terms are changed. The same person who's coming to tell us about professionalism and all that nonsense. Yet he is the one, the same people who these students are complaining about. I know. Let's go to Zim for us, then Zimbabwe, Mike and Daniel in that order. And Emmanuel, if you want to respond to something, if you feel you need to say something, please raise your hand and speak. Feel free to speak. You are our future leaders, and because of the position that you've been entrusted by other students, not just at one institute, at all those other institutes, I will continue to respect you, Mkoma Emmanuel. So please go ahead when you feel free to raise your hand and speak. We need you speaking.
No, thank you so much, and I'm very around to be hearing and to be discussing. I believe that we have a role not to just offer solutions, but to learn from the society. I'm sure there's a speaker that spoke so much to the role of the society in influencing how we program and how we address these issues. And again, we are citizens before we are students, and I believe that to throughout this conversation be able to learn more from the various speakers that are within this space, and we can be able to regroup and readdress the students' issues from an informed point of view, but also from a point where we have the whole society rallying again behind, or let me say, within the space we are in with us. So thank you so much. We are closely following all the speakers' comments, and we are putting it down, and we definitely put into action whatever recommendation is useful and needs to be involved within our programming. So we are here, and we'll be here up until the space ends, so that we can be learning. Thank you so much.
Zim for us, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chido, for the space and point five, and everyone that has contributed. And thank you, Emmanuel, for coming to the space. Yeah, I the reason why I came up it was because of this discourse uh, that just happened. Um, I think as citizens we need to protect one another, and I think in these streets we know who is who, and ZANU PF surrogates cannot come and hijack, these invaluable conversations that we have here. We've been listening to the issues and problems that students are facing, and they always say where there are problems, there's always a solution. And I think, yeah, we must not sugarcoat, the situations that are happening in Zimbabwe, or try to, you know, uh, um, uh, accommodate people that are hindering progress. When it comes to, rebuilding or transforming or changing the situation in Zimbabwe. You know, uh, our country has been turned into a tuck shop economy because of these ZANU PF people. And they come here and intimidate progressive citizens. It's not going to work, and we must not, tolerate it if we are serious about rebuilding Zimbabwe. We know, what has happened before when it comes to students, and students they need to speak out and tell us, what's going on in Zimbabwe, and they've been doing it, you know. But we know everything is documented. They frequently face repression from the government of Zimbabwe, which is being led by these ZANU PF thieves. There is political unrest, you know, the protest against corruption or economic instability, whatever. It they've often been met with harsh crackdowns. We've got all these things documented. So why would you know someone like Padare be given time to come and talk hogwash here and nonsense? Yeah, let's protect one another, and let us not listen to all this propaganda that is coming from ZANU PF surrogates, because it will mess up whatever the direction that we're trying to take. These guys do not sleep. They work 24/7. These varakashis to come and destroy all these conversations that we have. So let us not allow them. Let us protect one another, and let us continue, fighting this good warfare. And these people will never reform. They will never reform. We've had, the documented, you know uh, conversations that they've spoken about, even during the times of Tsvangirai, Vanaka Square hour. They were saying they will some people will reform over their dead bodies. And look at where they are today because of the political infights that are in ZANU PF. Kasquere ran away to South Africa. Jonzo is in Kenya over there. And then we want to give these people time. They will never, ever reform, and they will never rebuild our country. This country is going to be built by progressive citizens, by progressive forces, by progressive movements. So we really need to understand that as Zimbabweans. So thank you guys, thank you Chido, and Point Five, and everyone, and thank you Emmanuel. Continue speaking the truth, and when we know the truth, that truth will make us free. We cannot sugarcoat, we cannot bury our heads in the sand like an ostrich, pretending that everything is hunky-dory. There is nothing good in Zimbabwe. More than 5 million people in South Africa are suffering today because of these cunts. So Yeah, let us come together and do the needful. Thank you for the space. Thank you.
Thank you for the
It's
contribution.
not you okay. Nkoma Emmanuel, you want to respond? Then after, then we have Zimbabwe.
Okay, now I just want to say thank you for your contribution and for your words of solidarity. Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
Emmanuel. Your volume is quite low, Nkoma Emmanuel. Please, may you just raise it up a little bit so that we can hear.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me now.
Is it my turn to speak now?
Mike was uchimbomirira Zimbabwe then
Oh,
imimi, but for now, Nkoma
okay.
Emmanuel wada kumbotaura.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh no, I was just saying thank you so much, comrade, for his words of solidarity. Yeah, it's okay. We can move on to Mike Gwaze. No problem.
Nkoma Zimbabwe, please go ahead.
Hello, hello. How are you? Muse say. Uh, you know, the thing that surprises me a lot is the fact that over the past few years, past 3, 4 years, no, let me not say 3, 4, let me say 10 years, right? More governments have fallen through peaceful protests led by youth than in any other time in history. Over the last 2 years, more governments have fallen through peaceful protest than any other time in the last 10 years. There is more awakening that is happening within the youth. I'm never going to say to anyone from Zinasu, you must protest. I have never said that. I know Zinasu folk are going to have their phones taken away from them, and they are going to be interrogated, and they're going to be looked at. The reason why I've never been fingered or pointed or had the finger pointed at is that I've always made sure to say simply, we need your brains. That's what we need. We need your voice. That's what we need. Why? Because it is the conscientization that matters more than anything else right now. The conscientization. That's why vamwe vachizopedzisira vakudhaivhira vana secretary general Emmanuel nevamwe vanobva kuzinaso pavanenge vachikomplaina vachiti ma-learning conditions haasi conducive. That's why vachizodhaivhirwa. Similar things have happened in other countries. And when they happen in other countries, governments have fallen. It was a sixth former, not even a university student, akataura speech yake muna march kunepal uku. Form 6, voice broken, full of passion, love for his country, roused a whole nation from unknown. One speech turned everything around. one. Within 48 hours, the government was gone. I told you so. I told you. I told you so 3 years ago. I told you so 2 years ago. I told you so last year. Why are you today so worried now? Why? Ndakakuudzai. I told you in English, I told you in Shona, I told you in Ndebele, Zulu, and Tswana. All official Zimbabwean languages according to our constitution. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Ndipapanaga kunganisa. Zinasu, there's a group of doctors who have got their WhatsApp. You get in touch with them, and they can help you with scholarships. Zimbabwean students are still favored in academia all over the world. Very much favored. Don't even think, Kuti, even if you get bad results, you shouldn't make contact. Make contact. People know about your plight. People know about your plight. Why do you think even Donald Trump is considering stopping Emerson Mnangagwa from going to UN? Last year, I said I'm going to protest him in New York. And I meant it. Nakazunza azisikwenda ndikati hagwara. Ndikarekeza kuenda. Andina kuti ndida kunorowa munhu, andina kuti ndida kunoassaulta munhu, ndida kunobisa ice cream. No. I said I want to go and protest where he's going to be. That's all I said. That's all I said. Because I'm singing for the plight of Zimbabweans. I'm tired. Honestly, I'm tired. Victor Chivayo has been given so much money, he's managed to buy himself a private jet for his own personal use. He hasn't even built the Gwanda solar farm project yet. He hasn't. It's still not built. He's getting more and more contracts every day. Still not built. Not one Zimbabwean doctor, not one Zimbabwean engineer, not one Zimbabwean professional, whether it be an accountant or whatever, has got a statue of them erected, has been put on a banknote, has been put anywhere of prominence because they were naming this building after this person, not even Kirsty Coventry, the only Zimbabwean able-bodied person to win a gold medal. The other one was won by the hockey team just after independence in the Olympics. But not even a swimming pool has been named after her. Yet Botswana, just next door, their only gold medal winner, is now on a banknote. I'm giving you an example next door. I'm not giving you an example of London. They are inspiring their youth. Their youth are going to see that banknote many times through their lives. And they are going to say, I also can be on a banknote. They are going to see the individual live in front of their faces. And they are going to say, wow, I can also do that. Let me achieve for my country, Botswana. What do Zimbabwean students have? Weekend Chivayo, who is going to try and turn around and say, there's no point in education. And then we're going to have Chinese coming to Zimbabwe, building and doing drugs, getting told to pay 150 quid, right? And then they're going to start demonstrating in the middle of the street, refusing to pay for being clamped. Because they see themselves as higher beings than Zimbabweans. You can't even clean up your own streets. You can't even build. As Chinese are even cleaning the parliament for you. We're even building electricity power plants. You can't even do it as Zimbabweans. You couldn't even build your own parliament. Look what's happening in Nepal. I told you. President Emerson Mnangagwa vakambotaura paitika Arab Spring. Vakati mukada kuzviita munyika munomu tinokudimburai. Ndizvo zvavakataura. Zvakaitika muMozambique. Just now. Just now. MaMozambicans vanga vachinzi bhadharai matoll gates. Vachiti hatisi kubhadhara matoll gates, we're going to go round. Mapurisa achiti tinoda kusungai vachienda vachinotirira mapurisa pfuti zvichinzi vharai police station. We are removing consent from you because of the horrible things that you are doing to us. Respect these children. Me, I cannot control them all. If things kick off, I cannot control them. I can't. The likelihood of being there, of me being in Zimbabwe, if something kicks off, is 0.001%. The likelihood of me being there, very unlikely. But these guys, if 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 you continue along this trajectory and you are targeting Zinasu, what are you going to do if a sixth former decides to make a speech? They share it in their WhatsApp group as sixth formers, and then the next thing you know, you just see sixth formers all in primary school and high school children. Chabu Bondoka. Are their parents not going to join if you end up shooting the children? Are their uncles not going to join if you end up shooting the children? I'm asking Imimi ZANU PF, you guys, children are actually pleading. When a child stops complaining and pleading, know that as a parent, you are in for it. No, you should know as a parent, when a child says, I no longer want to talk to you, that's it, finish. You are done. That chigumbo, chino last afa. If you don't, as a parent, manage to make amends. This is
Muhammad
just a
Zimbabwe.
fact. Yebo.
Can we get ready to round up for the other
Yes,
speakers,
yes.
please?
Sorry. Okay. In closing, let me play a little song, please, just to educate you. Just a little song, please. Just give me 2 seconds. Right. This song is called Bella Ciao. This song was sorry. It was sung by the Italian peasants, and they were singing it in protest at the ill treatment that they were getting. And this one is in English. They sang it in obviously Italian. They were against fascism and being subjugated. This was in Italy, and this is why when I turn around and I say fighting against injustice, it's like a monkey fighting against injustice. It is an animalistic instinct. And I also give examples of how I had two dogs. I would give them both sadza and the same food, they would be okay. The minute I gave one meat in favoritism, the one I didn't give meat would become very upset. It's an animalistic instinct. This thing of weakening Chiva, giving away cars and everything, it's a problem. And you guys, okay, you're gonna reap what you sow. Already, Dimbare is willing to lose every other game and just beat Scotland FC. Let's wait and see what's Shetika Mangwana. I'm just giving you small examples. Listen to this song, please, as I land. It will take less than. Let me just check how long it'll take. It'll take about 1 minute, please. Thank you very much, host, for your time. One fine morning, I was awakened. My beauty by beauty by beauty by. One fine morning, I was awakened to find a maiden at my door. Oh, my dear partisan, please take me with you. My beauty by beauty by beauty by. Oh, my dear partisan, please take me with you. Because I killed as soon I'll die. And if I die here as a partisan, my beauty by beauty by beauty by. And if I die here as a partisan, you need to bury me, my dear. Up on the mountain, among the flowers, my beauty by beauty by beauty by. Up on the mountain, among the flowers, oh let me rest among the grave. That's all. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Thank you for indulging me. I hope the message has been heard loud and clear. Wafana Msatombochke, we are behind you 110%. Takawanda. Inini na Zimbabwe For Us Foundation, we meet regularly in person to go and protest. Anamkumachari, tikusangana gore riri kuuya kuAmerica ikoko. That's a promise. We have already agreed. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mike Waze, then Kuma Reynard and Tatenda.
Oh, thank you so much, Chido. Thank you so much, Zimbabwe. And thank you, Emmanuel. I just wanted to say to Emmanuel, you can apply for a job, you get a job. From this conversation for today, never take anything negative. Whoever said anything negative to you, you just forget about it. Because there's so much you can do for yourself and you can get a job. So don't take the prophecy for other people who have no jobs and who are trying to tell you that you won't get a job. You will get a job. Oh, so I just want to encourage you to continue coming to the spaces and highlighting those problems. There are many people, many Zimbabweans who are willing to help. So please continue to come and tell us what are the problems you are facing. We are willing to help. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Zimbabweans, for that spirit of unity. We need to continue to have that to fight our oppressor. Thank you. Bye.
Can I go on?
Please go ahead.
Hey,
I
Emmanuel, how
said
are
thank you
you?
so much.
Yeah.
I said thank you for the space. I think I've said what I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
for your support. Mike was it not tender for your support. Really appreciate. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mkoma Renat.
Thank you. Emmanuel, college is supposed to be one of your best years in life, and you will meet challenges there. And it's your time to decide that way. It's a place whereby you shape your future on. Whatever you're going to become in life comes from there. And being in a position of leadership won't end there. Such things which are coming to you like right now, they are challenges which you might face in the future, and these are lessons which are being learned. But while there are being lessons which are being learned, you are the creative minds and you are the minds who are supposed actually to be emulated and to contribute immensely, because most universities actually they survive, especially maybe overseas with R&D and D and stuff like that. And basically you guys are being actually underutilized by a government which is very oppressive. Vana Chris Mutsvangwa vese vaya vari kutaura izvozvo, whatever they are doing right now, I think those were their dreams, but they were their dreams in the negative direction. He was at university, I mean, and when he went to war, most of the war veterans who were actually at universities. Yesterday we were being told some came out of universities actually to fight the liberation struggle and went back again. There are some unsung heroes which are actually not known actually in Zimbabwe. But all I want to say is, do not be afraid to express yourselves, because mangwana ndimi are future leaders, and you've got to shape the democracy which you want imimi as students. If the constitution is falling short of that democracy, it is your right as students actually to probe it and prod it. It is your right as students actually to make the government feel uncomfortable. We did it when we were students. And we're lucky that Mugabe at least had an ear. Unfortunately, whoever is now actually there does not actually have an ear to listen to anybody. It's not only you guys who are actually suffering. We know even our parents, our young brothers, but the only thing that we're thankful for is that you guys at least are not dragged like the other youths. So we are counting on you very much, to remain vigilant and to remain sober. Because every day we meet on these spaces, we are discussing and we are talking and we are feeling the pain of whatever is happening at home. The unprogressive forces who are here will report, and we get tagged with presidents from certain quarters of ZANU PF, and some of our brothers will be ridiculed on spaces. And there are some people who come and lie to us. But there's something that you must actually understand, because from this you must actually learn that, there's a democracy that you want that is actually not fit for purpose in your lives and in our lives. All of us will come to that realization. And you guys, as young minds, you've got to start dreaming of such a democracy. There is no way that, we're going to continue like this, because even right now, as we are speaking, Dudula is now in operation now. It's going all over. You need to stay conscientized. You need to stay with a clear mind. Any day like what Zimbabwe is saying, it will just explode. We can't keep on being apologetic to ZANU PF and telling them that, I know we are discussing problems. They come here, then they go and put a patch on whatever we are discussing, and then we discuss something, they go and put a patch on whatever we're discussing. There has to be somewhere where the buck stops. There has to be somewhere where the buck stops with these spies that are actually sitting with us, who are sitting amongst us, who are benefiting out of your sweat, yet they're actually busy looting. Some are busy defending positions here like Vanapadar. Do not listen to such voices. Do not lose the vision or the freedom that you seek or the freedom that you feel is supposed to be upon the people or upon the nation. Because by the end of the day, when that happens, and when you lose hope, we also maybe might end up actually losing hope. But we won't actually lose hope, because we're looking forward to a new Zimbabwe. Spread your wings, alert your friends, build associations, because all of the students, even in Southern Africa currently, they are suffering almost similar situations like you. If you go to Swaziland, except maybe for South Africa, if you go maybe to Mozambique, it's Syria, it's the same. Those are your peers. You need to transcend and actually break those barriers and actually start reasoning with all the people who are in the diaspora. Because this corruption and whatever alignment these people are trying to drive us to is the same all over. So, my brother, I can't say much besides, giving you a message of hope. Some other things to be said, you know where to find us. And we know where to find you. And to those who are oppressing you, do not be afraid of them. Say your piece. They will never arrest the whole universities. They will never arrest not everybody in Zimbabwe. It is the last kicks of a dying horse, and we want to say it there, here, right in front of people of ZANU PF. kana akangomakoririsa kakuti kwangu kakuda kutsemuka. You are seeing a man being desperate, wanting to become a king, yet he doesn't even qualify to become a king. Desperate to be a United Nations leader, desperate actually.
He's preparing to become a subhuku, Renat. Subhuku. Because akumba president. Akunoita subhuku.
Nah, you never become that. No ways, not in our lifetime. That is good to go, never. We are sick and tired of being tagged. We are sick and tired of being discussed. We are sick and tired of people donating our resources. We are tired of our mothers dying. Yet some people are busy buying cars as if though they are making sacrifices in a country. I mean, basically, if you look at it, I mean, I just came to think of it. This is what has been happening. I mean, depopulation. It's like as if though we're being depopulated alive, while some people are appeasing some spirits. And those who receive the benefits, I wonder how they feel because they are the next victims in line anyway. It's happening right in front of our eyes, and we can't actually ignore it and say, no, sure, the depopulation agenda hasn't been taking place in our country. Because, I mean, how can you give a car and actually ignore somebody who's actually sick in a hospital? How can you give something and then actually ignore the welfare of your own students in universities who are supposed to carry out R&D and improve the situations in hospitals? So basically, it's a government which has actually failed. In whatever means and whatever ways, we are going to amass with the international support, and we're going actually now to start rallying behind you as students because we need you and we need a Nepal. We are not going actually to apologize about that. A Nepal is supposed to happen there, and we are counting on you guys. We are not counting on these ZANU players because they're going to distract you and actually tell you, no, it's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. They were all students, these guys who are actually in government. And you as students, tell them straight that you are students when we are students and we all belong to the same country. And do not lose hope. Do not give up. And to us, I mean, people who are seated here, we are some of us are in positions of influence. Expand the horizons of the of our brothers or maybe our young brothers and children here. You were also students and you enjoyed the benefits of democracy. Mugabe wasn't so evil as much as what Mnangagwa is. We toyed, we did everything that we did. We went and clamored for money increases and we used to get them, all those things. And we know the situation in which these guys are. Don't lose hope, Mpan. Nyika ndeyedu tese, and it's coming back and we'll take it. We're not going to apologize for that and we're not going to do whatever. And those who want actually to take the presidents and say, Reinhard said that, tell them I'm saying it. We are tired of being lied to. We are tired of being led. We are tired of being given over to different colonialists by people that we actually trust. Yet they're just kicking us down the road and down the lane like buckets. Aluta continuum, fan. Don't lose hope. Encourage our brothers and our sisters and even our children who are with you in universities. The day will come, and it will be very soon. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, Mukama Fabish Renat. Thank you. Thank you so much for that encouraging speech. I want to take this time to acknowledge that we've got Comrade Whitehead amongst us, and I would really love for him to come and speak to the students. We want umuntu omdala abuye ezokhuluma labazukulu babazukulu. Speak to them while you still have a chance. These are your children. Cela ukuthi ukhulu, please take the mic and come and speak. In the meantime, we'll have Tatinda and Ometa coming in. Please, Kulu, accept our invite and come and speak to your Bazugulu who are in school working at Zinasu. We've got the Zinasu Secretary General.
Sorry,
Remind
sorry, excuse me, Chido. There's enough in the paper, my speakers.
Ndimkoma Emmanuel.
Yeah, mkoma imano moudza vana vasabvume kuita ruchiva rwemota kana tumari vamwe vacho vachapatsanurwa nemari vachauya vachida kutengwa. Vasimbisei moyo kuti musabvume zvekupiwa izvi zvekuba izvi. Ndo zvavanogona izvozvo, vakaona maakubatana vanosvika vodonhedza kadhora apa kadhora apa. Rambai, rambai muri kubirwa ipfuma yenyu yamuri kupiwa. They are not doing you a favor. Rambai, mirai nemaprinciples. Mirai nemaprinciples enyu, musabvume vachauya vachida kukutengai. Anotaurisa akaoma musoro ndiye achatorwa oiswa parudivi onzi iwe bata nepapa. Ngatimirei nemaprinciples, tinoenda kure. Ndo chete zvandada kuti nditaure.
And thank you, Mkoma Ometa. That was very important. Tatenda, can you come in before Ukulu speaks to Emmanuel?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. Mukoma Emmanuel, we have got a lot of work to do. As the students, you have the passport to do anything in your power to change things. Some of us might be tied up with family responsibilities and all, but it's not a reason for sitting back. But you as the students, you have the energy, you have all the time. We are having graduations at the moment. Civil engineers are graduating, but the Kunji Dam is not finished. Electrical engineers are graduating, but we have got an electricity problem in our country. Pharmaceutical students are graduating, but we don't have ARVs. We are relying and crying if USAID is cut. Accounting students are graduating, but the Auditor General is short-staffed. Agriculture, we are being fed by yellow maize from USA, but we have agronomists who are graduating from all universities. There is a missing link between the national programs and our education sector. You have got a lot that you can do to bring change. In terms of unemployment, it's because of leadership. We have a leadership problem in Zimbabwe. That is why we have got so much levels of unemployment. And you guys must take action now. If you look at our national revenue, where does the government get money? Most of the money is coming from tax. VAT number one, personal income tax number two. Where are the minerals? The minerals, the royalties are contributing 2%. Your jobs, Mukom Emmanuel, are in beneficiation. So if we benefited, we are going to get more jobs, we are going to employ more youths. That's the model of economy we want. It's not happening under the leadership of ZANU-PF at the moment. And you guys are one of your key elements is advocacy and shaping the policy, national policy and national programs. You need to do more action in terms of what should happen for you guys to get jobs. We can't have a nation getting 2% of minerals as royalties. It is high time for our government to own mines, to beneficiate and absorb all those graduates that are coming from universities. So as Zinasu Secretary General, we expect you guys from all these institutions, the universities, the polytechnical colleges, the teachers' colleges, and the nursing associations to come together, not only to just criticize the government, but to tell them what to do. Because surely there's the lack of direction here. If you look at NRZ right now, all the proposed routes, it's all about taking out raw materials. All the proposed routes of NRZ are coming from a mine to a nearest port to transport our raw materials to another country. Those are our jobs. Those are your jobs, Mukoma Emmanuel. For those students who are learning at various institutions, it's a high time you advocate because it's one of your key elements. Advocate for beneficiation, change laws. At least the government should own 50% of each and every mine mining our strategic minerals. Instead of one person getting a license of mining chrome, how have chrome benefited Zimbabwe? We expect research from you guys. You are there, the university. You are writing dissertations. How has chrome benefited Zimbabwe from 1980 up until 2025? Who got the license to mine chrome? Who's mining chrome? Who owns those mines? all that energy should come from students. And this is what gonna give you guys some jobs after you finish school. Model of education at the same time. Tell me, Mkoma Emmanuel, why is a student doing marketing, paying residency at UZ? Why are you not learning marketing online? Imagine the technology we have right now. How are we marketing our products? Why should you go spend 3 months, 4 months at a university campus when you can learn marketing online from home and less expensive? Why can't you do that? Why can't you advocate for different kind of educational models? I'm very worried right now. Some of my youngsters are going to campus to learn marketing. What are you learning on campus? Why are students spending more time on campus learning law? Why are you not going to the courts to learn law? 9 Chinese are caught with cocaine and they are fined $150. Law students are sitting in hostels. What have we become as a country? Young students, you have energy. You have energy. We expect a lot. You don't have kids. You are not paying rent yourself. It's your parents who are paying rent. So you don't have responsibility. Direct all your energy into such kind of programs. Mukoma Emmanuel, I've seen your profile. You read about Friends Fanon. I'm not going to get into detail, but you know a lot about this. Go and read the neocolonialism, the last stage of what's this book from let me think about it. I want you guys to come together, university leaders, Secretary General for Zinasu from all universities. We have got a problem here. National requirement for electricity is 2,000 megawatts. The units that have been put across by our leaders, all the substations are producing 1,500 megawatts. There's a shortfall for the minimum companies we have, the minimum industries we have. And then 30% of it is lost through transmission, but nothing is being done. During graduation, why are you not having a single placard of saying, we want jobs, we want this to happen, this must happen? For the sake of time, I'll leave others to speak, but Mkoma Emmanuel, we expect a lot. You expect a lot in terms of advocacy. It's time to claim, to go and demand what you guys want for your future. Don't wait for graduation. Don't wait for a political party. Come together as the students. Go and fight corruption. Go and demand your jobs. Go and demand nationalization of mines. Go and make sure that your dissertations are put into practice in industry. Close the missing link between education and our industry, but also obviously our politics. We know what should happen. I'm not going to waste time about it. We need new leaders, but still in terms of advocates, while we are waiting for the next election, please, 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 as students, go demand a brighter future for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngoma Tatenda. Ndabezinhle, please, we're going to have Ukulu, Comrade Whitehead speaking right now. Then we're going to have Daniel, then Ndabezinhle.
No, I'm Dawazezwe. That,
Ndabazeze.
okay, thank you. That's fine.
Malume.
Yeah, good. Good. Thank you for the opportunity. I was motivated to request for this mic when I heard Tatenda submitting. Tatenda submissions, I think, to me, is not effectual in demanding what students should do. You can't expect students to start online in a country that does not have electricity. Online courses are hinged on the availability of electricity. Yes, they can have these Starlinks and the like, but those things are expensive to pursue a program up to completion. Students can't protest as per constitutional right once they raise
their concerns. They are rounded. He knows it. Who do they report to if ever they have grievances? It's like he is putting more burden to the already burdened students. Let's sympathize with these people. They find themselves in this because of our stupidity as adults. We've kept a non-functioning regime, a non-concerned regime about citizenry. That's a fact. Students cannot all of a sudden turn things around when we've let this road go for so long. Let's be factual. Yes, we can be talking or presenting, taking sides with the current regime, but stop it. It's not the students' problem. It's your problem. Who support worry? There's no way you expect students to study online when there is no electricity. Never. We live in developed countries where online courses are applicable, not in Zimbabwe. Not at all. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out that, and I want to remind people that Emmanuel did mention that Mkoma Emmanuel did mention that their Wi-Fi that is provided in the schools are very slow. He even talked about it, relating it to a grand lady walking. That's how slow their Wi-Fi is at the schools that they're studying. So we must also be appreciative of what they are going through.
Child of Zimbabwe, just 1 minute of response, if you can allow.
1 minute, because ngifuna ukuthi
One
ukhulu to
minute
come in and
exactly.
speak.
1 minute exactly. Mukoma Emmanuel knows what I'm talking about. I mentioned marketing for a purpose. I did not say every program should be online. Marketing specifically, because I'm looking at the modules that they do. I'm looking at the relevance to the market, to the industry right now. How long does a marketing lecture take practically at all universities right now? It uses it's offloading presentation, PowerPoint presentations. Mugoma Emmanuel will confirm that these students are getting manuals to read and then they go for exams. So not every program. Marketing, for example, what the relevance of it right now, where are graduates going? So those models are not going to be changed by anyone from the top. It's the students who are going to say, on this program, it's no longer relevant to be on campus full time. We need to change, and this is what we are proposing. I understand that there's lack of electricity and internet challenges, but if you take marketing into practical, Mkoma Emmanuel, go and discuss with the colleagues. I never said that I support the status quo. I've never mentioned that. I'm also an advocate for change, but I'm just trying to urge these students to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, but the honors first is on us. We have pending issues. Our generation is pending issues before we go there. Yes,
kune
they have.
kune magraduates mangani ari marovha iko zvino.
Okay, nguma Reynard, ndiri kutanga ndabvoti isusu pedu we've got a duty.
Aiwa,
Ngatimbo
ndiri kuvhunza yeti kune magraduates mangani ari marovha, maengineers, mamarketeers ese aya.
But I
okay,
spoke about unemployment. I spoke about the missing link between education and industry. I didn't just talk about online education. I gave various
okay,
examples
guys. Thank you. It's about the students today, please. Anyway, Kulu, Comrade Whitehead, it's an honor to have you here. Today we are joined by our Secretary General for Zinasu, the Secretary General for the students at university institutes and other higher educational institutes in Zimbabwe. He's with us. Please give us and him some knowledge. We need your knowledge.
Thank you, Chido. Thank you, the SG, and thank you to everyone participating in this conversation. Unfortunately, I did not. I was unable to start with you, so I may not. I may have missed some of the things that the SG was talking about, or they are concerned as students. But all in all, uh, I've always been talking about you young people, that this is your future. This is about you. All those who are of my age, they've done their part. They've made their mistakes. Don't inherit that the evilness that they have. I'm saying evilness because we as fathers and mothers, when we bring you up from infancy to where you are today, our hope to every normal parent is that we begin to prepare you before even you go to grade one, that you'll be a mother, a father tomorrow. We are not bringing you up into this world so that the population ends. Zimbabwe remains, and it will remain so for the next century. So you cannot take a baton of failures. When you are at relay, you make sure the person you are going to hand over the baton is going to lead to a win. That is your aim when you enter into a race. We entered into a race ourselves to fight the oppression. If you can ask us what oppression that we were fighting against, who was oppressing us? How were we oppressed? Because it's not about the white skin, it is about oppression. How did we resolve or solve that oppression? I'm saying this being very much aware that I'm talking to a student of a higher learning institute. I'm talking to a child who is preparing himself to be a parent tomorrow, who is preparing to build a Zimbabwe tomorrow, who is preparing to hand over a baton to his child or a child. I'm very much aware of that. Therefore, my advice is that the current situation in Zimbabwe to the youth is not a situation where is preparing you to do anything. The current situation or the current regime has no plan for children. You are orphans. You have no one to hand over a baton to you. because no one is willing to do so. Yesterday in this space, I did say this, that the children who are coming up today, one of the things that you should be fighting for is that nothing about you without you, because you are the fathers of tomorrow. And you cannot, therefore, remain stagnant because you believe, I'm waiting for my father to do something. Yet you see your father always, when he comes from work, he's drunk. He doesn't know whether he went to school or he did not. He does not know where you spent the day and what you were doing and how you are performing. And he's not prepared to prepare you to be a father. And you remain sitting and say, I'm waiting for him. Otherwise, you remain where you are forever. ZANU PF as a party, a ruling party, as a government that was born out of a struggle, a government that was born out of a blood, where people died trying to fight that oppression, an oppression that they realized after going to school that we are being oppressed. We are not given a space. We are not allowed to breathe. We cannot develop under this system. They decided to take arms because they were also the youth at that time. And some of them were at universities. That's how they developed that courage to say, we are now, we can see we are oppressed. We can see we are missing a lot of things because of this oppression. And the oppression that we thought it was by white people who were oppressing us. But now that white person is gone, why are we still where we were before independence, if not worse than that? So it is up to you, the youth, to say we are oppressed. Have the same courage that those who fought against the white had. That same courage that led them to abandon education to go and carry a gun and fight the oppression. Now you cannot use a gun, but you can use your mind. You can use your numbers. You can use your courage to say, don't destroy this home because we still need to live in it. You're about to go, so don't destroy, because destroying it, you are creating or you are killing us. You are killing our future. So you can see, even a blind person can see that the current regime at home has no plan for you. They are not prepared to hand over a baton to you. I did say this yesterday, that if you look at the leadership in government, in the party that is there today, if 5, 6 of them die today or something happens to them today, who do you think they've groomed to take over from them? Do they ever think that one day they will leave this world? And when they leave, they need to leave someone. They must identify somebody that they are going to hand over a baton to. You can see the fight among themselves is not a fight that speaks to you, is not a fight that suggests that we need to hand over a baton to the young people, to our children. It is a fight among themselves that says, move from that seat so that I sit and die there without having prepared anyone to take over from me if anything happens to me. So, youth, all of you, it's your duty now. There is no any other time other than this one. You miss this one, your children are going to pay the price because they will have to restart from nothing. When we went to war to liberate ourselves, our fathers had already prepared the ground. They started by throwing stones, filling up deep tanks, destroying some certain infrastructure. But they did not destroy bridges. They did not destroy the buildings. They destroyed the infrastructure of the regime, disconnected the administration because they knew those buildings, they would need them when they come. And that's what we did. And then we took over from them and they took arms. We fought the enemy. We won. What, what did we expect? What plan did we have? The first thing was we must now prepare our children because our fathers prepared us to wage this struggle, this war, to bring equality so that when our children come, when they take over, we would have prepared the table for them. But instead, we are destroying all those tables. We are breaking every road that you, when we are no more, you'll walk on it. Instead, we are planting thorns, putting stones, so that you have no way to go. So it is you now, as youth, to say no before you go. We'll force you to show us where you want us to go. If we can't, we'll pull you down and we climb the ladder ourselves. That's the only way you can liberate yourself. Have that courage of saying nothing about us without us. Nothing for us without us. There is no destination to be decided by a person who is about to fare, to who is now just about to leave, or the person who is about to bite a farewell and say, I am going. He cannot prepare your future. He can only give you the vision to say, this is where I wanted us to go. Now I'm failing here. Proceed with this vision. Now that there is no vision, that we are prepared to give to you. You need now at those higher learning institutions to learn, why did we go to war? Why did your fathers go to war? If you discover why, you pick what is the best out of that and leave what you think may not take you anywhere. The sufferings that our university found themselves in today are not natural, are not by accident, are by design, by those who are saying we have no children, so we don't expect anybody to inherit our wealth. Life ends with us here. Those are dangerous parents. That is a very dangerous parent who thinks that way. And that's what this administration is all about. Even in their own cycles, you can tell from afar, even if you are not inside there, that they have no plan for the youth. There's nothing that they teach the youth except to say, destroy what you have built. There's money there. Once you destroy that, you find there's no money, it becomes a problem to rebuild. They only teach you how to steal, but not how to make money. They teach you how to beat your own fathers and mothers, but not to progress. They teach you to hate your parents, but not to love your parents, not to seek wisdom from your parents. They always tell you your parents are useless. They always tell you your parents are ignorant. Your parents know nothing, but them, they know something, but they have no children that they are grooming. They have no children that they are preparing. And they also agree to that. You fell to those traps and start allowing yourself to be used to beat up your mothers. Fight everyone. Fight everything that you see. Any elder person, you are taught not to listen to them because they are beggars. They are in poverty. So there's nothing that you can come out of them. So you don't plan. You are busy destroying the fountain of wisdom. You are busy destroying all the taps that produce water for yourselves. So it is this time now to notice that unless you yourself, you stand up and say nothing about us without us, nothing for us without us. Anything that speaks to the future, it must begin with you. Anything that touches Zimbabwe, it must begin with you, because you are the only people who are going to remain in Zimbabwe. We are already 5 minutes to, all of us. There is no one who liberated this country who is less than 69, 68. Maybe the youngest are between 67 and 68, but the rest are already 80 something. So if you depend on them, you may die with them. You will sink together with them. So prepare yourself to take the steering. now. And it's not an easy road to do because you know you are fighting the people who are prepared to die. You are fighting the people that fought and they are used to pain, and they will never care about you, but they bat themselves. So when you approach, you must know you'll have to sweat blood. You have to be prepared to endure the pain. After that pain, you'll be able to set your future, to shape your tomorrow, to start preparing for your children. If you are afraid of the pain, you'll die having done nothing. And that will be a betrayal to your children. If we're afraid of the pain, we would not have taken over from our fathers who were fighting using stones. We decided to take a very painful path that we knew blood will be shed, lives will be lost. We did not bother, we did not mind whether we are buried or not buried. What mattered at that time was we want a free Zimbabwe. We want equality. We want equitable distribution of our wealth, both our resources, our minds, and our intellectual. We wanted to share those equally. This is why at independence, the first thing was introduce education, became our primary goal, because that's what we fought for. But along the way, we lost that direction. And it is up to you now to pick those pieces, rebuild Zimbabwe. Find out from us. We are still there. Why did you go to war? What was wrong? We will tell you, and they will realize what we fought against is exactly what we are practicing. So don't fold your hands and they say, let God decide. It is you and only you that can decide your future, nobody else. For now, let me stop there, and you can ask questions if you want to.
Thank you, Kulu Nyabonga. Thank you so much for the wise words. Koma Emmanuel, I hope you've heard. If you've got anything you would want to say, please feel free to engage with Kulu Comrade Whitehead. Now we have to go to Daniel and Bruce. I think they are part of the youth. Can you go ahead, Daniel, then Bruce?
All right, thank you. Good day to everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. And thank you, Point Five, for providing us this platform so that we can have this discussion with the Secretary General for Zinasu. I would like to acknowledge and thank the Secretary General for what he has done. That actually shows maturity and a room for democracy in allowing this space to bring people of different parties together, different views, to complement and to showcase what can be done and what can be used to assist their cause. Speaking of which, uh, I believe it is essential for a lot of parties, regardless of political or social outreaches, to know the main purpose of what or how Zinasu came to be. It is actually a fundamental principle that should be introduced so that we guide our Secretary General to a right cause. Let's take, for instance, to get to understand that we're dealing with something that was formed in 1986. Hello?
Please
Am I
go ahead.
audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Oh, thank you. All right. I was saying, let's understand that we're dealing with something that was formed from its origination, disregard the 1997 era. Let's also introduce way back in 1986, where this national body was representing students and assisting the government that had come to be on the best possible way for socio-economic educational outreaches for the student body and the youth at large. And we should also understand that at that time, its pivotal role was focused on outreach for development. However, you should also know that again in 1997, it came as a non-partisan, but then also joined the political arena due to the situation what was on the ground. Right now, we are in the 2025. Zinasu has more responsibilities than it has ever had because it now has to cover all three aspects which the past and previous generation failed to leave behind for the youth, for the students. And it is quite unfortunate that most of the parties are preaching their agenda, what should have been done, and what they think is the right format which befits their political gains or their social gains without actually being sincere with the student body at large. And that is actually something that we have to look back and reflect if we want the youth to have a better understanding of where they are going.
Is Daniel there? Can you hear Daniel? I can't hear him. Can you hear him? Anyone?
No, he just went missing. Co-host is just quiet. I don't know. Maybe there's a network challenge there.
Okay. I want to just call in Bruce. Then General Stole, you'll take over. Then I think we'll take the last contributions from anyone who's got contributions that they want to give in. Then we'll close up. Uh, Daniel, you can come back when your network is okay because we can't hear you. I don't know what happened. Can we have Bruce coming in? Is he still there? Yes, Bruce, please come in.
Thank you very much. Am I audible enough?
Yes. Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to make your presentations not too long so that we
Yeah.
can make room, make way for other speakers and finish early.
Okay, it's already late, but early enough.
Thank you so much. First of all, allow me to appreciate and appraise the work that is being done by the Secretary General of the Zimbabwe National Students Union, which, in our view, we believe that it is the only authentic students' movement which stands for and on behalf of the oppressed people, not only in Zimbabwe but in the region of Africa. I've been following their work that they are doing with these fellow compatriots in such a hard system, a hard situation, facing a very hard and a serious party under the leadership of Emerson Mnangagwa. The students have been at the forefront in terms of demanding equality, or in terms of demanding democracy, and in terms of demanding accountability and transparency from the government. And they have been standing uh, in tough times, vamwe vachisuspendwa kuzvikoro, vachidzingwa kuzvikoro, vachisungwa, intimidation, threats and arrest, but they've been standing, and they continue standing, confronting the regime. I think that's one of the fundamental jobs that they've done well so far as an institution. But I would like to reflect also on what Comrade Secretary General was saying, to say that what they are facing is indeed what's happening on the ground. And in my view, I think we are at a point and at a time as a nation where we need to collectively identify the problems and the challenges which we are facing, particularly young people. I of a view that we are at a point where we need to reflect genuinely on what is confronting us on daily basis, regardless of whatever formation we might be coming from, regardless of whatever church that you are going, or whatever a party that we subscribe under, because we have cross-cutting issues like education, which is unaffordable, like unemployment. Last year, or this year rather, the president, Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, kept more than 33,000 youths, young people from universities, yet there's no industry to offer jobs for such people. Meaning to say the index has rose to up to 88% to 90% of young people who are not employed in Zimbabwe at large. So it shows the high danger that young people are facing, regardless of wherever we are coming from. So it is of my view that at this time, the nation needs to sit down and reflect on the common challenges and try to find a common ground where we can have a serious dialogue on how we can deliver change and transformation that we all desire. So I would like to very much encourage the comrades from the students' movement, Zinasu. We were products of Zinasu. We were trained by the Zimbabwe National Students Union. We served there. We know the orientation is very clear and it's very thorough, but the road is not conducive like it used to do before. And some of the times, because of intimidation in the terrain, which is closing on daily basis, it becomes hard for a young person who was coming from Lawa, like Emmanuel, with a little or no parental guidance to offer a guidance and support that is needed and that is required. Facing the regime that is led by Emerson Nangagwa, it's a very difficult task to younger people, because there are so many obstacles. But them to see them standing, fighting and contributing to the larger question of democratization of this country, it means a lot, and it's a call to every actor, to every person who cares about the struggles that young people are facing, to support these comrades in any way possible, because it is only then that we can forge a collective, genuine struggle. They have stood the test of time. We had the opposition 1999 formed by these comrades, now and other trade unions and other formations, which stood this time, but it expired with a triple C, which was hijacked by the regime. It expired. But Zinas has always been standing for and on behalf of young people. Meaning to say it's the authentic institution that has been sustainable, that has been consistent in terms of fighting this struggle. Hence, the comrades which are there now running that ship, they need our maximum support. I'm speaking this as a young person also who resonate with the problems and the challenges that these comrades are facing. And I can concur that even Divine is not only the person who is facing the problems that he articulated. All your comrades who are in that institution, they're facing all those threats, all those uncertainties in terms of future. This is the struggle that is being faced by young people, and it is through the support and the collective agenda towards empowering these young people that we can only forge a collective, a forceful agenda to deliver change in Zimbabwe. And the young people are ready. It's not that we are scared. We are not scared. It's not that we are not there. We are there. But we need a platform where we can converge around an idea on democratization of this country. But also, fundamentally, we need to also understand the system that we are operating under. That it's not easy if these comrades don't get enough support, don't get enough security. It will be very hard for them to prosecute the struggle that we are facing. And it is of my belief and hope that we, as one day, we will be recorded as a generation which stood the test of time and fought the regime head on. So I would like to appreciate everyone in this space who has contributed towards the change in Zimbabwe that we require. Let's not lose hope. I know right now things are not yet clear or not yet to happen. We have been there before. We need to learn from the history. What is important for us as young people and as Zimbabweans is to unite. And when we unite, we need to have a critical, clear dialogue on how we can liberate this country. It is a time where we need to form a concrete, authentic, genuine platform for the oppressed people so that we can forge a collective struggle to deliver Zimbabwe. I was just referring to Wavakupi, Yanya Yoguti, how much are you affected with the situation in the country? I always tell people as I am closing that the drug and substance abuse, which we all sing about, it's a symptom of a disease. The disease that young people are facing is unemployment and poverty. So we cannot address drug and substance abuse before addressing the fundamental disease that we're facing, which is unemployment and poverty. And you are seeing the stance that is being taken by the government, looting funds, empowering Vana weakness and doing this hustler entrepreneurship in the name of Gwavangwava. As an economy, we cannot go anywhere. Young people need to be employed. Maketo youth to wano mabasa. That's the challenge. And if those things are not addressed, drug and substance abuse will always be a pandemic that will attack generations to generations. But it's a serious conversation which we, both the young and the old, need to have on how we can best fix this country, how we can best empower and also invest in these young people because they are the now and the future of this country. In the words of Joshua Mkawonyongo, who said, "This country will not die, young people will save it." So I just thought of coming here to share the hope that we have that we will deliver Zimbabwe, but it needs us collectively supporting each other, standing with each other. We, as the youth representing the alternative, led by President Chamis, we stand with Zinasu in thick and thin because we know that the struggle that we're fighting is a collective struggle. And our intention is to remove totally the system of Emerson Mnangagwa without any fear, without any equivocation. But we also need to forge a collective method on how we are going to execute that struggle. Let's not lose hope. Let's pray for one another. Let's pray for this country and let's support one another in all means necessary. Let's give solidarity to the comrades of Zinasu, especially their executive, run by President Stima and Divine Nyaguchka as the Secretary General. They need our support. They need to be empowered. They need to be encouraged so that they can deliver what they are supposed to deliver. So, Berlin, recruit more young people who come and confront the regime ZANU PF. In no time, we know that we will change this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mukuma Bruce. That's very powerful. Now I'm going to invite General Stole. General Stole, I want you to just do me a favor. Can you just tackle a small issue? Eh, the the arrest and okay, the case ya Matola, Darlington Matola. Can you just give us what you know? Then I would like our future leaders, represented by Emmanuel, to prepare to give us a speech as our future. We want to hear the voice
I know the space started off talking about your plight, but we want to hear the voice of the future. So please prepare, Mkoma Emmanuel. Then we'll have, oh, sorry, I'd forgotten Daniel. Forgive me. Let's have Daniel. Then we'll have General Stole. Then Emmanuel, you give us your speech as the future leader. Is Daniel speaking? I can't hear him.
Can't hear him as well.
Daniel, chiita udzoka chimbobuda paunodzoka tinokupinza after Emmanuel. General Stole, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, co-host. But I wouldn't like to go to that story of Comrade Matola, because I know there might be a chance where we are going to have him tomorrow. Yeah, so I still also waiting for him to actually brief me up on how is the case going and what is expected in court and all those sort of stuff. So I didn't want to speak without a full information given to me by the comrade. So maybe allow me to just comment on the current situation of the political status and the disadvantages which we are facing as the young people.
Please go ahead, General Stole. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, as a point of departure, I just want to go to the statements which was said by Comrade Mlala there. You know, if we don't actually understand as the youth of Zimbabwe that we are having the government which is operating as a sub uh, leaders of the ex-colonizers, we won't manage to actually fix this problem, because we are having presidents, cabinet and everything which is running like a project manager or project managers of the ex-colonizers. So once we understand that, we will now realize that we are fighting neocolonialism, and that neocolonialism now, it is backed with military defense, you know, which is working and giving power, enriching the small elite so that it can actually make a smart colonization system work to our youth. So this is the main problem which we are facing in Zimbabwe, you know. So as much as we want to fight as the youth, we really need to understand that all the things which are affecting us, they are also being driven by the internal force and the external force. We are sidelined. The biggest enemy is that system, and that system is dangerous to us. And the courage, which was said by Comrade Mlala, is that which is needed now. But how do we develop that courage to the youth, which actually having a dependence syndrome? The dependence syndrome in us as youth is becoming a hindrance to the progress in fighting the problems which we are facing. Because right now, you can just see how people are speaking in terms of confronting the situation, which is a giant in front of us. Everyone is saying, no, we are waiting for the security sector to come to the side of the masses, then start activating the revolution, which is going to liberate us as the people of Zimbabwe or as the young generation. But the truth of the matter is one: the life which is being destroyed is for us, and it is the duty of the existing generation to set a precedence to the generations to come, you know. So what I want actually to hammer on is what he said, to say we need to have the courage, and that courage must not look left or right to say no, maybe we are going to confront a problem to sweat blood. What he said, it actually shows that it counts the willingness to sacrifice, whether we live, whether we die. because the situation which we are confronting now in the country is quite on a very bad state, because you can see that China and this alternative economic bloc is advancing into taking the advantage of Africa, knowing that most of the African countries now they're in a loggerhead with the Western Bloc. So how are we going to liberate ourselves as the young people from the system which actually anchors by the point of dependence syndrome, where we think that every time we need to strive, we must be on the receiving end. And our mode of accumulation is also depending on exporting what we have in exchange of cash. Those are the components of the system which is affecting us, which we need to know. And we don't need to actually put the whole thing under a massive intellectual position of understanding. We really need to make sure that we simplify this and fight the cause. And the cause doesn't need too much of of learning or studying, you know, because it's one thing here. There is a massive exploitation of our minerals. There is a massive exploitation of our human resources. Like right now, when you check from Zimbabwe, we are the massive exporters of the human resources. We are just keeping people to export and give so that they can perform to other people's economy. You know, this doesn't need us to complicate things. So we really need to embrace the gospel of courage and start seeing that we find each other to have the unit of purpose. And to have that unit of purpose, we need to understand, we need to actually save the resources of the nation to protect that future, which is going to save us who are going to take over from the generation which is going, and also set a precedence to another generation which is coming. This is where we need to be. This must be our point of discussion. I think I may land there.
Thank you. Thank you, General Stoddard. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Secretary General of Zinasu to speak for to us this moment is the voice of our future. Thank you. Nkoma Emmanuel, please take over.
Okay, thank you so much, my sister, and of course, the greater citizenry for this great engagement. I would say, in no better way can the expression that goes and says, it takes the whole village to raise a child be better expressed, like, than how it was expressed through this conversation and through this engagement. You know, seeing people coming out, sharing their experiences, sharing their ideas,
Is he still speaking? I can't hear you.
I can't hear him as well.
Nkoma Emmanuel, we can't hear you. If you can hear me, can you drop and come back while we have Mgini? Give us a few words.
I thanks, Charles of Zimbabwe. I was waiting to hear uh, the biggest thing, Charles of Zimbabwe, that I'm looking for is the philosophical grounding of how we want to structure our country economically. Above most, I'll stick to that. Not how you marry someone, how you live with them, whether you beat them up or whether you treat them like a king or pay dowry. Those are not the fundamentals. But people like Zinasu, we want to know how we're going to engage, let's say all of us here in this space, economically, what is going to be our exchange of value? If I want a service from you, or you want a service from me, how are we going to transact that? And obviously, we should assume the position that it should be profitable. This degenerating of our conversations to civic protest, as if you are in the drains, someone must come and rescue you from it or kick you in the drain. The adverse of it is meaningless. How are we structuring our exchanges of value between us? We've been doing that for as long as even before the white man economy came in. It's not a new thing. Whether if you can, I'm from Matabeleland. If you care to go back into Shaka Zulu kingdom, wherever my ancestors came from, that has been a constant exchange of value. It values me to transact with that person. It values me to politically move with that person. It values me to move into this one. It values me to run away from that one. It values me. It's value and life so that I can have my own family, grow my own family, grow my crop if I need to. If we have to live growing maize or whatever to roses, whatever it is. But what we are being moved into in Zim, there is this new thing that is very difficult, child of Zimbabwe, to get a grapple hold of. Where now in Zim, the biggest thing is that if I form a political party, especially if I'm Ndebele, I'll get funding from the state, funding from other to things that are not profitable to anyone, to things that do not give freedom for you to trade freely with me, towards anything that is meaningful to me and to you if we trade. So we have all this eruption of all these organizations. Who's funding them? Who's not funding them? Should they be funded from the state purse? What do they bring in and for what? To anything that is meaningful to all of us. You see, I find this fundamental philosophical understanding. Maybe Zim is so much boxed, impoverished, systematically into something else that we don't want to talk about this. And it becomes useless. At the moment, the best thing profitably for any Zimbabwean is to move out of Zimbabwe. To what effect? Do you think ZANU, even if they maintain their power with the brain drain and everything, they will build a prosperous economy without all of us there and eliminate all of us? But they don't. They rely on us. They rely on our remittances. Remittances. We remit to them. And they still don't even want to recognize that. Why? Why? Child of Zimbabwe. But I pay my mom's, because she's my mother, I pay her uh, electricity bill at the farm. It's denominated in US dollars straight from my bank account that I earn in pounds. And they talk about Zik. I've never seen Zik. I can't. It would be nice if I had to put something there and they paid it in Zik. Why not? That's the local currency. move from South Africa across the border to Zim. I tell you, the only time that I stay in Zim, the last time I visited, US dollar everything. I couldn't wait to come back across the border so that I can live some normalcy in terms of cost to transact in Rand. But guess what? In Zim, they will not even allow you to transact. We should ask this question: why should if if Zim wants us to transact in anything outside their local currency, why not the Rand? Why the Zim dollar? Who benefits? Who is it that they would force us into this expensive for everybody? It must be beneficial to someone. It's not random. The economy of Zim is not run randomly. It's a lie. They do it because it benefits someone. I wouldn't wake up every day to go to work if it doesn't benefit me. I would stop. Come on, people. And at some point, we have to ask is this situation that has been created or that we live under, to whose benefit? It can only be to the benefit of the army. Why? Because guess what? The army can put you in line. So you have all this, the new parties, for us, and the offshoots, and all of them. Who's funding them to speak to us? Who's funding Chamisa to go on a sabbatical? Who's funding everybody else outside of ZANU PF? They won't tell us, la, but they will draw us. They will draw us into their narratives. And they want to, and I've seen something new. When they come, ask for us to give them a mic to come up here. They want to give us all their jargon. But outside all of that jargon, it has nothing to do with your bank balance and how you keep your family alive. Nothing.
Thank you, Malume. We are talking about Zinasu and the
And
student
I am,
bodies.
and Zinaso, I'll throw them in there as well. What is
Bayenzeni
their
abantwana?
purpose?
What have they done, Malume? Yo,
What have they not done? That's the bigger question. What have they not done? What have they not done? What have they not done? Let them come up here and tell us what they have not done to step in. That they themselves, now we must hear them. Beyond Foras, beyond CCC, beyond MDC, beyond Chabangu, and beyond everybody that is in the parliament. Ufunani wena Zinasu? Yikwini wena ongakutsho namhlanje wena singakunika imic ukhulume namhlanje? Ulani wena uyifaka emganwini engingayidla lawe wena mina lawe? Sihlale phansi emganwini sidle sithu. You'll find it's nothing. He's funded by whatever they are funded for us. Yikwini wena? Sihlale phansi sidle sonke manje.
I think
Sipheke
Malume.
inkukhu. I'll
Problem
finance
wrong.
it.
Problem wrong. But then today was a day to first meet with him. So I think we should at least um, understand that they are students and we are supporting our future.
And if there anything that we will be proud of, we must put their feet to the fire. If they cannot stand it, they must not stand thereafter, or else they can stand. What is it that they have observed living under the conditions of the borders of Zimbabwe that they can stand here and I put their feet to the fire and they will stand? If they do not put anything to it, engahlala phansi ngidle labo emganwini, then they've got nothing for me. And I must challenge them on that. I'm not going to kid them on nothing. They've got
Ngicela
AI
ukubuza
and they've got
malume.
internet. They've got everything. Even have airtime to
Kanti
come to your
malume,
space.
kanti malume, what have you done for them? What has our generation done for them? Because ngabantwana laba. Tina, what have we done for them? Ngabantwana bethu laba. Awenzi
Ngaban,
ukuthi usitshele ukuthi umntwana wami ufanele asiphathele ukudla. Mina, what am I doing njengomzali? What have you njengomzali done? These are our children.
mm,
What have you done?
ngiyavuma, child of Zimbabwe. And
Thank you.
and ngiyavuma futhi, and I'll answer you on this one because I've been challenged that when I challenged you to answer that question, umama omunye wathi wena phela awuyazi 9 months. Yakwazi ukuzala umntwana nge 9 months mina angikwazi. I don't even know what it is like. I have no clue. Ina isibeletho mina ngilaso, child of Zimbabwe. Andinampereko enini. What I have is to be a soldier. If my child, if there's anything that I can ever give to you, is to put your feet to the fire, to
Our
what
brother,
it is to be a man.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mnewethu Mgcini. I
Don't
think,
interrupt for now
I
because I'm
think,
answering child of Zimbabwe. Umele
Fikelele
sibeletho
baba.
sakho.
You haven't had
Mana,
the child. You
you
haven't
you
had,
will you will be
had
given
the
your
presentation.
mic. I was
Did you
answering child of Zimbabwe. Jesus.
did you
Wait.
hear the presentation though of Emmanuel?
I did, but then I'm answering child of Zimbabwe, and she asked a pertinent question to ask her why when I'm answering you on that one, because I've been asked, particularly being as a father. I was asked that question. And where I put it to you, child of Zimbabwe, is that mina ngilasibeleto. Angaze ngithwale umntwana 9 months. I don't know the emotional feel. I don't know the care that goes in to make sure that you deliver safely and everything. What I do know is when ecansini to make that baby. That's what. And thereafter to ukwemukela from the
Very
hospital.
relevant points. I think you're not making sense, our brother. Sorry.
I'm not answering you. You can ask a subsequent question. I'm answering child of Zimbabwe. When a lesbeleto
Hayibo.
sakho or none thereof, and you don't have a child, you don't even know what 9 months is. But then that's a side issue. But I'm answering child of Zimbabwe. You can wait, King Jesus. You'll be given the mic. But I'm
Okay,
answering child of
okay,
Zimbabwe.
malume. Ngicela ukuthi sime kancane.
Yeah,
We're going
but
to
kodwa
hear from our future.
ngiqede khonapho mshana wami. In 9 months angiyazi. What I do know is that I can get to war and I can take umntanami from esibhedlela and show him what it is to fight out there for what we stand for and what we believe. That I can do. 9 months angilayo. I'll land on
Eh,
that.
thank you, ngiyabonga malume. Umalume wants to teach Zinasu how to go to war. Nice one. Emmanuel, you're the voice of our future. Please, can we have the voice from our future speaking? You are our guest of honor today, and we want to hear what you are speaking to us as the citizens, what you're speaking to the students, and what you're speaking to the future of Zimbabwe.
Okay. Thank you so much, my sister, Charles Zimbabwe,
You're
for
very,
that.
very
You are
low.
very, very low.
Please, can you try
Please,
to
can you
make it
try to
louder
make it
so that
louder so that
everyone can hear?
everyone can hear? Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me now.
It's much better, but
It's
it could
much
be
better,
louder.
but it could be louder. Okay. Actually, I'm shouting, but it's okay. I'll try to shout and make sure that you hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, Child of Zimbabwe, for this particular platform where people can come, dialogue, debate, and have conversations of the way forward and what needs to be done. And allow me to say, in no better way, can the expression which says, it takes the whole village to raise a child to be expressed than how it was expressed in today's conversation, where we could hear different people from different walks of life and from across the political divide of Zimbabwe coming in to give ideas on what is to be done when it comes to the question of education in Zimbabwe and beyond. And I think what I can say is that Zimbabwe is at a point right now where it needs the whole society, particularly myself as a student, and each and every one of you that are here tonight and that were joining us, and even that are not here, to make sure that we change the face of education within Zimbabwe, and even whatever societal need that we need to address to. And allow me, even as I close, to quote Franz Fanon, who puts clearly in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, and says, each generation, out of relative obscurity, should discover its mission, obtain it, or destroy it. I want to talk to the young people that are in this space, to the students that are here, and say that we have a generational mission to conquer as a generation. And part of that generational mission is to make sure that we attain academic freedom in our lifetime. Failure to do that, history will judge us for having neglected or having not been able to see into the future and to address the concerns that were even at our fingertips. But beyond just addressing the issue of academic freedom, I think we also have a generational mission, which is to make sure that we bring total economic emancipation within Zimbabwe. And this is a role that we carry not just as students, but even as the young people of Zimbabwe. And above all, even as citizens. Each and every citizen of Zimbabwe should not be comfortable with the status quo that is there, but should strategically position themselves, whether in the diaspora, whether in the industries, whether in politics, and whether in whatever particular field that they are in. They should be able to daily answer that question even when they wake up in a jobless non-existent Zimbabwe, and be able to say, we will address this. With this, I want to say thank you, and I look forward to more of these conversations where we can sit down, have a debate, deliberate, and see how we can address the issues that we are facing as Zimbabwe. Forward the fight to academic freedom, forward. God bless you all, and may God bless Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is God's own country, so is Africa God's own continent. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you. Powerful. Powerful. I was expecting that. I'm actually impressed. We've got our future in good hands. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mkoma Emmanuel. Then, in closing, I would like Mai Manyara, because of her being a woman, Zim for us, na Mkoma Reynard. Oh, Pana Daniel. Na Daniel, can we have you giving your final word? Is in support to the Zinasu students, as I hope kuti tiri kusapota tese the Zinasu students at this moment. Vari kuteerera, vari kumba, who will listen to this later on or another day, they must hear the voice that we conclude on is that we are in support of them. And I hope that my comrades here will also speak to the same word, that we support the students. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, who go first?
Daniel, you can go first because Ndambokucha, last time you didn't present. Then we'll have the final words from the rest of everyone else here. Sorry
All right,
for that mix up.
all right, thank you. So let me just wrap it up for my side because I see my network is against me. I don't know why. Anyways, thank you so much, Secretary General, for hosting this platform. Thank you, Point Five. Thank you, uh, everybody who is here, and we do hope this continues because this is the key fundamental aspect of democracy. To the Secretary General, I want you to go with the beckoning word. Democracy is the ability to say no. That's the fundamental principle of democracy. And I do hope that you have learned quite a lot from all parties that were here present today. And it's quite unfortunate that some of them were advocating for their own cause, neglecting what the fundamental issue of today was as hosted by our host and the co-host. However, it is such is life, and that should be a turning point for you as you go forward in this leadership and also gardening your council of Zinasu to understand that people will come with their own aspects of ideologies, but it comes to a point where you guys have to sit together and not veto out or put a conclusion based on what fits your agenda. Uh, I do salute that you will amplify the advocacy, you and Zinasu as a large, especially the ongoing Darlington Matola's case. And this has actually outweighed what has been happening in our education industry. And for the second phase, you have actually engaged in the broader civic and the anti corruption efforts. That's why we are here today to actually echo with you and support your cause. And if you did notice, let me actually just be straightforward because that is something that is lacking in Zimbabwe and Zimbabwean politics as a whole. Quite a number of figures will come and speak about what they stand for, but at the end of the day, they will all have disconnected to hear your final resolution. And that is actually problematic. I think my network went again. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. And that is actually problematic to actually see that they do not stand for the people. Because this was nothing, it had nothing to do with a political campaign, but it is something to do with what we as the political parties, social parties can do for you and how best we can fight with you for this cause and not come and allude and salute who is who in politics and what this has distorted us as Zimbabwean. You know, we condone this kind of bootlicking, especially from the youth. We do not want that. That is careless and it is causing so much havoc to what we stand for as a civilization. And I'm sorry to say this, charity begins at home. Parents, you do have something to work on there because if you see this syndrome going on, we are only promoting bigots, bootlickers, and people who will not work a day in their lives. So you should learn from that to understand. That's why I told you democracy is the ability to say no. You have been given the platform and the position to lead people towards the right direction. And trust me, from all democratic campaigning political parties and all social governments, we are hoping on your cause. Be it Zinasu, be it Zikosu, be it whatever. We are hoping on your cause that you do the right thing and stand up for what is right and stand up for what our culture, our values, and our norms stand for. And that is what I would encourage you to do. But overall, your actions should remain focused on empowering students like what you're doing through education, that the right for advocacy and accountability. Please, accountability, especially that one from all parties. I'm not going to mention my party because that has nothing to do with the platform. Our major issue is that we are lacking accountability. You should be at a position to call a spade a spade. Encourage the youth for that. That is what will encourage everybody to get into all voting aspects, to stand for what is right. Because once you are out of this picture, the next leader that is in your platform today is listening to you. Let them meet you 5 years later and say, leader, you led us the right way. You have a responsibility. You are the Joshua of your time, and everybody is playing an important role. Nothing is coincidental. Make sure that you take heed for what is very valuable. Because if you've listened to a lot of key figures, they told you to enforce accountability, to ensure that you avoid bootlicking syndrome. That is why we have all these issues of bootlicking. And to be quite frank with you and fair with you, you see it even in the elder generation right now, where they're singing for cars, singing for land, over something that should be a basic right. But if you do not tell the people that that is a basic right in a normal governance, then you have a problem. Be a leader that stands just, be a leader that is upright. What we need is a man of principle. And if that makes you a villain, then so be it. Because for so long we have been depending on heroes. But at times, when the world is fulfilled with monsters, the world needs a villain to stop those monsters, not a hero. So I applaud you. I thank everybody for this. I will not waste much of people's time. But as Zimbabweans, as parents, please, ingawa mudzimba munotikudza muzvokwadi. Be honest with our youth. Be honest with us so that we find a way forward. Let's not politicize everything. If we're politicizing everything, let's politicize it in truth. Disregard politics, disregard religion. Our own African tradition teaches us the fundamental of that. Now, if we have a problem whereby everything that is said, we first have to salute and allude this one and say under this one or under this one, that is where. No, that's not democracy. That is autocracy. That is bootlicking. And you will not solve that issue. You are at a better position right now than any of us in these seats to actually enlighten the future. And don't be lied to by people telling you that you are the future of tomorrow. You are here right now. Tomorrow is unknown. Act now. So you have the responsibility to be a leeway, to be the light for the youth. And I'm honored uh, to have learned much from you. You have done the undoable. You actually have sat down with all councils, respective of age. You have showed how mature you are. And I do hope that you reflect on that and work towards a better goal for every Zimbabwean, regardless of political party, gender, race, ethnicity. You are the man of the moment. You are the party of the moment. Link with others, communicate with them, exchange ideas. That is the power of democracy. Use it to your advantage. And for everybody that has contributed to the benefit of the younger generations, not future, but awareness. I thank you because you have stood for what is right. Let our conscience be clear. Let us not be individuals that market when at times all people need is to be heard. Let us improve on that and let us be a Zimbabwe by Zimbabwe for Zimbabweans. We are all one. We are all facing the same situation. And let us face it head on with honesty, in truth, in unity. And that way, we will find solutions for a better future because we have started our cause in truth. Now, if we start it in divergent causes, we will dislocate, we will dislodge, and that will be problematic. So, thank you. And I hope you continue with this aspect that you have introduced for the host and the co host. Thank you for allowing the youth to speak. Quite a number of hosts will not mention their names, will literally ignore the youth, yet they're hosting the platform for the youth. I don't know who they want to speak, which is actually a big problem. That's why a lot of youth are not going to vote because we seem to advocate for them, yet when the time for them to speak comes, they're ignored. So please let us fix that, the host. And Secretary General, thank you. And we do hope we get a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nkomatanyo. Manyara, our president of the party for us.
Oh, thank you very much, our child of Zimbabwe. And that was a great delivery there from Daniel. Well spotted and well spoken. I think it's the right words. Sometimes maybe as political people, we're always thinking there's a chance, every second I can speak, and sometimes it's irrelevant to the main matter that is being discussed here. But I think I shared with you, Emmanuel. I don't want to talk politics or anything, but I think it's just a way forward. The honest truth is, nowadays, when you want something from someone, you can't get it for free. So hence that idea of coming up. I know a lot of students do a lot of work that they maybe don't have the platform to expose their knowledge. I think this main matter of startups is something that is quite big nowadays, and that's an exchange, that is even better, because if you've got those startups, it might not be you, Emmanuel, who's got the startup, in the whole of the universities. And it might not be even the university where you're at now. The main idea is just to get, if you know anybody who's got a great startup, and then we can present it to whoever's out there who's interested in that. So a startup is you're just starting a business. If it's interesting and it's that good, so you've got something that you're creating there. Whereby it's starting a business, it's releasing funds. For those who don't have tuition fees, and maybe helping the university. And stuff like that. So for me, I think that's all I can say. That if we can work together on a startup, I know there's a lot of companies that are waiting for very good, startups, that I've, mixed with. I told you about those two students from Zimbabwe. I think if you look them up, they came up with this startup, and I think it's being used in most of the hospitals in Zimbabwe, but even in some of these countries that have taken it on. Sorry, I'm very tired because I've been on spaces in the last 7 hours. I've not come off them, so just bear with me. But that's all I can say. If we can catch up on that, that will be just something I need to look into for you. Thank you.
I just want to point out something that Daniel did mention, that the people who've listened to you from the beginning to the end, they came for you. That's something that's very important that I've learned. Maya Manyara is a president, a whole president of a party, but she's still here. She's tired. She's still here listening to the student body. And Tinotenda Mai. Thank you. Can we have Zim for us? Reynard.
Yeah,
Then I'm not sure. Okay.
yeah. I don't have much to say, but to thank you guys for organizing this, and thank you, Emmanuel, for coming and highlighting the issues that we are facing as a country. So thank you for that. And also, what I know, the little knowledge that I have is that students have always been at the forefront of, advocating for all the things that will benefit our society. You look at countries and um, you've always been, at the forefront. So continue in that trajectory. I mean, recently we've seen what happened to Nepal, and students were part of that. So you're not doing anything wrong. We are doing something that is noble, something that has got a potential of freeing, our country, liberating our country, for the benefit of everyone in the society. Um, so continue, forming strategic relationships with people that are like-minded, especially also this space. I think you've realized that there are a couple of people that want the best, for the students, wants the best also for the country. So it's collaborating with those types of people, and ignoring the empty noises that always come from anti-progressive people. And in our case, it's ZANU PF. We don't mince any words. um, we have to call a spade a spade. They are the ones that have been hindering our progress for the past 45 years, and we have to speak about these things, and we have to come together in terms of collective action, and then amplify the citizens demands for accountability and justice. And that way we're going to make it harder for corrupt practices to persist. So let's continue. So thank you. You've done well. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you for people.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Hey, Emmanuel, I understand, I mean, the frustration that you might have, and also the slow pace sometimes things move at. We have been a people who have actually been in disarray, and we are also trying to find ourselves. And thank God, I mean, as a people, we are finding ourselves. So do not lose hope in terms of that. We are all fighting for one thing. There are people even in the other camps who might pretend to say no, they don't want this change, they want that, but they know that they are living in a fantasy world which can collapse at any time, and it's just a house of cards which is not actually propped by anything. But one of the things that I want to encourage you is never to stop dreaming. I would think what my Manyara said there about startups. Keep on dreaming. It doesn't matter even that when the economic situation is such as bad, stop thinking locally, start thinking internationally now. Because the world that you're actually entering into and the future Zimbabwe that you actually want to go into is not going to be a localized Zimbabwe or maybe a ZANU-ized Zimbabwe. They failed to make an outreach internationally. And it is very unfortunate, I mean, that us as diasporans actually out here, with some of us, with some of the people in the business community and actually in top organizations in the diasporas, such as I can give an example of Google, even Strive himself, have failed actually to start rebuilding a country from the outside to come within. It has been a handicap actually, which I've actually observed in the diaspora, but maybe due to work commitments which I used to have, it's things that will just pass my brain. Because the future Zimbabwe that we need is actually embedded inside your brothers and sisters who are actually sitting here. Some of them are in positions of power in whatever organizations that they have. What they've got in store for you and what they've got in store for the future Zimbabwe, well, we don't know. But one thing that you have done is, I mean, you've shown your courage and come and you came and you sat in front of them and said, no, this and this and this and that. But step it further and tell them, listen, this is what we want. Because there's no point of you actually going to school and actually the Chinese coming to take over whatever. You're looking for what to have, and your dream is actually being fizzled out by a people who don't actually understand your value. You are the best human resource that we can ever, the best resource that a country can ever have. Even all of them who are seated here and actually advocating for whatever they are advocating, they are the best resources that they can ever be. But sometimes not opening their eyes actually also to say, no, listen, what these young people are saying and whatever that we can actually do for them, we need to expand the scope and the horizons, because whatever the Chinese are doing there, they are supposed to be doing it inside there. But only that maybe they are not ready yet to challenge the status quo that is inside the house. But one thing that I know is that they are ready to challenge the status quo in other countries and say, no, the status quo in these countries are like this, are like this. But you being a voice of reason, you're trying to appeal to their senses, and I hope they hear you and I hope they understand you. To say, listen, I can't go down the road of drugs. All I want is actually to have to realize my dream through the resources that we actually were given to us, and actually through the work ethic that I've adopted. Not through the work ethic of sloganeering and being a chigananda or being anything of the sort. Pure work, your strength, your integrity, sorry, your merit, your integrity, your accountability. Things that shape a country and leave it for the future generations. So as you travel along this journey, believe you me, there's going to be some side picture squares that are going to emerge. But with whatever dream you young people have got at home there, focus on that big dream and communicate it. Do not be afraid of communicating. Do not be afraid of actually shouting about it. Do not bottle up. Nobody has got a right actually to bottle you up because actually it's enshrined in the constitution. Those who are oppressing you are afraid of you. So the spirit in you and the fire in you, as a united student body, do not be afraid, and whatever support that you need, come and talk to your brothers, come and talk to your mothers, come and talk to your fathers, you come and talk to your grandfathers. We are here for that reason. It might not be in cash, it might not be in whatever, but even in spirit, we are actually here for you. Thank you very much, young man. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to you, Mary Manyara, and even to Daniel as well, and all the speakers for your great solidarity, words of solidarity, and also even for your great lessons of how we have to get ourselves going forward.
Point five, are you still the host? Is the host still awake? Because our co-host,
We lost the co-host
we
today.
lost our co-host, and can you bring her up? Because she just dropped. Or King Jesus, please. I think you the last speaker. You can come in and do your final remarks. I think the co-host is the host is sleeping. King Jesus.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to also contribute with the uh, uh, following the noble speakers who have shared their very important points. Emmanuel, I hinted earlier that we stand with you. Don't hesitate to, some of us are following you already. Reflect concerning those who are suspended and those who are being unjustly, and it's very clear it's an unjust scheming of persecuting and detaining or expelling, a very unjust exercise done by people who should be looking after you, an institution and leadership that should be nurturing you and supporting you. But we also are aware that the other idea is to create a scene where you overreact, and therefore I know the spirit is fight back. What you're doing is fighting back, communicating with your community members through various channels, including this one. But the idea of the bad spirit, because this harassment is just an attack on all of us as a people. It's a spiritual issue. So the idea is to push you to overreact, endanger yourselves without the proper planning, and do something that causes you to I won't say more, but really standing up is the most important thing, as you already are doing so, and we support you. We are with you, and we look forward to a situation where we are all coming up with supportive means to make at least your education uh, uh, environment better than what it is for this generation and future generations. It is our vision, it is our wish, it is our will. We are all spending time to be with you because deep in us we want it to be well for all of you, for our young, for our education institution, which is really being affected when other people are self benefiting themselves instead of fairly distributing what God has blessed our country with. We have one of the best countries in Southern Africa. The world knows that. And we also know that. And it shouldn't be what it is. we seize this opportunity, knowing some ruling party members are listening. Please don't harass these young people. They mean well. They are looking for a solution. Let's help them. Let's find that solution. Don't pretend like you don't understand what the children need, ZANU PF, and then just privatize our country. That country is for all of us, and the natural resources are for all of us. Don't laugh at our polite nature and responsible nature. Let's just make it well for our country, make it well, and not embarrass ourselves. Communities from our country have suffered enough humiliation. It has got to come to an end. And ZANU PF members, remember, it is not because you are clever that you are ruling over that country. And remember, God is not ever going to be drunk or consumed with any drugs. He is watching everything. He's expecting people to come to their normal senses and do what is fair. I rest my point. Thank you.
Thank you, King Jesus. Um, let's give the mic to our elder Talu. I don't know if Tatenda, did you want to say something quickly before
Yes.
our elder comes in so we can close round? Yeah.
Okay. Uh, I just want to give my closing remarks. First of all, Emmanuel, I want to suggest to you that if possible, you guys, I don't know if you have it already. You can think of a podcast, Emmanuel, where you can right now you know what is happening with podcasts and how effective they are. Of Zinasu, where you talk about your concerns, political issues, and all that. When you come to such kind of these platforms, if money is an issue, people can help. It's a noble idea when you think of starting a podcast and people contribute. That's a suggestion that I want to give you. Secondly, I want to give you some takeaways, Emmanuel, to go and discuss with your friends. First of all, you heard about minerals, you talked about neo-colonialism. We are talking about our minerals going out. Zimbabwe is constructing a Mines and Minerals Act bill right now. So our wish is that minerals don't go out of Zimbabwe. The question I'm going to pose to you guys is, how did you contribute to this bill? Did you guys your position, your submission to say that you are writing a new law on mines and minerals? This is what we want as young people. So I'm just trying to bridge a gap between national issues and student concerns. So in future, when the nation of Zimbabwe discuss this kind of bills, give your input. Whether your submissions are going to be incorporated or not, it's something else, Emmanuel, but be active in such kind of programs. Let me give you another example. Chinese are polluting our rivers. Do you know, as Zinasu, you can just simply go in a river, collect 2 liters of water. You have got your chemistry department on your campuses. You can test that water and start challenging ZANU-PF with facts. ZANU-PF is degrading our environment. Environmental impact assessment. We have got a school of environmental sciences on all campuses. Those students are not incorporated when investors are coming to do a cement factory or whatever. Why are you not making use of these students as government to give them a stipend or something? So we need to challenge this ZANU-PF in this way to show that we are educated, we are intellectuals. Tell them that you are not doing your environmental impact assessment. You are not doing your environmental and social impact assessment. Social corporate responsibility. These mines are taking our minerals. They are not developing community. Students, they've got the energy and the intellectual. You guys can come up with strong facts that can challenge this current regime. On a podcast, you can discuss all these issues to say that look what you are doing. You are not doing anything as ZANU-PF or as ZANU-PF led government. In terms of electricity, we are still producing 1,500 megawatts. You have engineers, Emmanuel, in your team as Zinasu. They can give you more facts than what I'm saying right now. So you can confront the Minister of Education, we can confront the regime with facts, not with just slogans, to show that we are students. We can test a GMO. You have got laboratories there, whether if you use Z or MSU. You can take chicken that are coming in Zimbabwe. You can take yellow base that is coming in. The colleagues in Zinasu can help you test for this. So I want to give you these takeaways, Emmanuel, to say that there's a missing link between our industry and the students. Challenging ZANPF can even mean that look at this environmental impact assessment, look at this pollution in the rivers, look at this model of education. Why are you giving us this kind of programs? It's high time that we look at our modules and see relevance to it. Emmanuel, if you go to Eagles, Glen Eagles right now, that road in Harare, there's a company which used to manufacture ARV. It's called Varichem Pharmaceuticals. It closed because of financial constraints. If we inject about 10 million in that company right now, Zimbabwe is going to produce ARVs and government will place orders. It's going to help our people. Another example that I'm giving you. So government is not doing that. That company is 100% black owned. It used to export ARVs out of Zimbabwe as well. When Trump cut US aid, we were crying. This regime does not have a solution. So Zidasu can come in, provide such kind of practical solutions, challenge ZANPF to say that we are young people. We are not going to continue with neo-colonialism of being fed with the medicines that come from somewhere else when our people do not have jobs. I'm coming from such space as well. I know how it is. So I'm saying to you, go sit down with your comrades, encourage yourselves, demand these jobs. And how are you going to do it? Is also starting on is going to say that we need employee share schemes in all people that are working in Chinese mines. Everyone working in a Chinese mine, they must have a share employee program. You must demand scholarships at Manize. Manize should come up with a scholarship program. They must absorb our engineers after graduation. If the president come and keep engineers, Manize should be there to absorb engineers. So I'm giving you examples, Emmanuel, to go sit down with your comrades. This is the protest that I want you guys to do. Not a protest of singing slogans, political slogans, but facts of saying we are demanding scholarships. We are demanding better social corporate responsibility. We are demanding better ownership structures in our minds. We can't be collecting 2% royalties as a contribution to our national revenues. Government must own mines. So on your podcast, we are going to discuss nationalization of mines. For the sake of time, I've just given you small hints, but what I'm saying is one suggestion. Give a podcast, Emmanuel. We want to see you discussing the national issues, showing us your minds. People who follow you, support you, trust me, and then challenge ZANPF with facts. That is my takeaway. Go sit down with your friends, people who support you, and don't give up. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, guys, Nandambudona. We're going to have our last speaker as Kulut, and we're going to close the space.
Kulula.
Kulu, come invited.
Hello? Hello?
We'd like you to give your last word, then we can close the space.
Oh, okay. No, thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'll retaliate with what I said. Youth, well, students inside university or outside university are the drivers of change for the preparation of tomorrow. What I mean is, what I'm understanding this conversation about the students in our universities is not the first thing, or is not for the first time. Students have always been there, and they've shaped politics, including in our own country. As early as, I don't know, student has been always shapers of the societies. It is the students, the trade unions that have shaped the world. So, SG, you are not alone. Everyone is behind you. When I said this is your time to shape your future, I mean it. It needs courage. I maintain that. For any economic aspirations you might be having, cannot sustain unless you create environment. Many things have been tried, but the first thing that you need to do is to prepare the environment, put up an environment that enables you to implement your ideas. I said the current administration has closed all those doors. So it is up to you, in and outside universities, every youth in Zimbabwe. It's your turn now. It's your time now to unlock those doors so that whatever ideas you have are implementable. So the effort you are putting in, the challenges you are facing are necessary to strengthen you. I have just learned in this conversation that one of you is appearing before the court or has been arrested. That's the journey to freedom. It's painful. It will remain painful. Now you talk of the university's students' movement. There has been some movement, even before independence, that started from standard 6 to boarding schools. If you go back to your history, you realize that one of the drivers of consciousness, bringing consciousness to the population, was the boarding schools in the 50s, 60s, who championed the struggle for the liberation of Zimbabwe. Those were the drivers of change. So don't be digressed by other things. Focus on what you want to see in the near future or in future in preparation for your own children. I still maintain that we played our part. We made our mistakes. There are certain things we did right. There are certain things that we did wrong. Our generation And among our generation, we had university students who went through this. Circumstances might be different, or the environment might be different. But at that time, it was also hard for that generation. The Rhodesia University produced some politicians today. The secondary students are politicians today. Some of them dropped from school being expelled because of trying to champion the future of others. They dropped from school. They were expelled or banned from going further with their education in any school in Rhodesia. That was activism, which was preparing for the independence of Zimbabwe. So your future lies with you. The environment that you are living in now has closed the doors. So you need to open those doors to shape Zimbabwe. I agree with another speaker here who said, if you can open your own channel to conscientize every youth, not only those at universities, even those at secondary schools, primary schools, and outside the schools, as long as a youth, you must answer to your call. You must activate them so that you prepare an environment, you create an environment that is going to enable you to put your ideas into action without hindrance, without fear. Zimbabwe people have been subjected to mental torture, emotional torture, physical torture for a very long time. And they are now afraid of anything, even if a fly is over their head, they will think it's a helicopter. So it is you, the students, to take away that fear and create a courageous nation that will say no. Like the other speaker did say here, democracy is the ability to say no. It's the ability to know this is wrong, this is right. Is ability to voice. And you demand that. You create it. So my last words to you, never give up. We are behind you and everybody is behind you. We know what you are going through as learners in Zimbabwe, starting from a grade one. They have their own challenges. Some are getting into school or are receiving classes or lessons under the trees after 45 years of independence. Starting a grade one child under the tree, it's a challenge. And that demands you to intervene. Some go to school barefooted after 45 years of independence. That's a challenge to you. You need to put a stop to that. I end by saying, you are the only hope for your generation. Never give up. You are given the task to shape the future so that it fits your environment. It fits, it allows you to exercise your power, your conscience, and they shape your future. Those are my last words to you. Be courageous like you are now. I thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. My word to Emmanuel, Mkoma Emmanuel, like in the African culture, even if your young brother is very young, one day he'll be charging your lobola, so you'll always have the respect. So Mkoma Emmanuel, vanogona kutongondichaja roora ipapa. So like my future husband will be charged lobola by Emmanuel because he'll be the male figure in the family. So Mkoma Emmanuel, um, what I want to say is, you see, this nation that we call Zimbabwe is so filled with people that are divided. You might be the hope of putting people together in one place and unity. The unity that we all dream of a united Zimbabwe, can start from the unity within that Zinasu and bringing it to the community. Because one thing that I know is, united we stand stronger. Just as we unite with you today, may that unity mushroom and blow up into something bigger, which will be not just unity amongst students, but a unity amongst students and the community and other activists and other people in the diaspora. You could be a meeting point for everyone. You have the ability to be that. Thank you so much. And I want to commend you, because when the space started, you were really challenged by Mkoma Owen, but then I love the fact that you stood up your ground and you stood up for your constituents, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you so much, Nyabonga. Thank you, everyone who's joined us. Thank you, everyone who's joined us from Point 5 YouTube. Thank you, everyone who's joined us on the space. We thank you so much for everyone who's participated. Your contributions all mean a lot to us, and they mean a lot to the guests that we're having. Thank you so much for Ukolu, for your time. We appreciate everything. We'll put our hands together this moment and thank you. Siyabonga. Thank you, everyone. Point 5, if you got anything to say, please go ahead.
Good evening. Greetings, everyone. Thank you very much for a wonderful space. Thank you for supporting Point 5 Creative Studios. Thank you, guys. I just believe that one day things will change, and we have a better Zimbabwe, and everyone will enjoy. But zvinoda kuti tishingirire, so ramai makashinga mastudents, ramai makashinga Zinasu, and one day is one day. Zvinhu zvinoita sei? Zvinoita bo. Thank you very much for supporting Point 5 Creative Studios. Thank you very much. Vanhu vese vaparticipate, ndazombobatwawo nehope and stuff. I will have to replay some of the contributions aitika ndakarara, but zvandanzwa zvacho I believe kuti Mukoma Emmanuel vane chaita sei one or two things zvavabata ipapo, and I believe zvichaita sei zvavabatsira. So thank you very much. That's all for now.